the date of extension is it the date where the BAC said, or is the date where the accounting officer signs the extension?
It depends on the terms of reference. Remember, if I remember very well, the report that we sent through to the city manager, it has got a recommendation from us. And for where I'm sitting, I might be wrong, SCM might advise. It is upon the city manager whether he agrees or he does not agree with the recommendations that we have posed. Hence, normally we will find that when he does not agree with what we have said, he refers the report back to BAC for several issues that he has raised for us to be able to respond to. So where I'm sitting, I'm not thinking, or I might be wrong. I don't think we as BAC has the final say in respect to this kind of extensions. But I'll ask if SCM can assist me in this regard, because even the terms of reference that we have signed as members, I don't see it, if ever. I haven't seen anything that indicates that we are the final decision makers in respect of decisions that we have taken. Hence, after all, this kind of decisions has to go back to the city manager for approval. And sorry, Chair, I think maybe this we can take it outside this meeting. We as BAC committee, we sit and discuss and take a decision in this regard, other than going back and forth on this platform. Thanks, Chair.
Right, no, that's fine. Thanks, Minky. Can we get comments from SCM then? What is your view on this?
Thanks, Chair. My name is Tembeka Mpefu, Divisional Head SCM. Chairperson, like we had discussed in our previous meetings with regards to extension of contracts, and I had indicated that if it's a contractor that is submitting a request for extension of time, obviously through a department, and that needs to be supported by certain documentation. And I said if the principal agent has approved that, and those are the people who are mandated by the city to obviously look at the contract management processes, then ours is, as yours, Chair, as the BAC, is to just acknowledge that and move forward. However, then it gets complicated, Chair, when there are cost implications. So I'm saying if the principal agent had approved this particular extension department, you don't need to take 6 months to bring it. You can bring it a week, 2 weeks later. The BAC must be able to consider it. But now if you take forever to bring it, then it gets difficult for BAC to approve this particular, or to look at these particular items. Chair, I would, through you, Chair, confirm with the department whether the extension of time was granted by the principal agent or not.
No, Temek, I think the report says it was granted, but however, I think the issue
is the date,
the issue that we are grappling with. Let me just put it this way. I think, and for all the departments that are listening, so that this doesn't come anymore. We as BAC, we are not managed by GCC. We are managed by, and we are not managed by the principal agent. We are managed by the MFMA and by the policies of the city. So whatever GCC, principal agent, whoever it is that decide on how and when what needs to happen must be done within the policies of the city, policies and procedures of the city. So he can go and extend the contract 5 times, but it must still be within the policies and the procedures of the city. That I'm clear. Where I wasn't clear, Tembeka, was the issue of, which I think Mingi has actually covered it. Colleagues, Mingi has covered us to say that we as BAC, we are recommending the accounting officer approves. So in this particular one, we can recommend, but it means that by the time it goes to the accounting officer, this tender would have expired, unless the Steve in this platform wants then to the accounting officer to sign this over the weekend. Is that the intention of the department? Anyway, I think let's close this one, colleagues.
Chair, can I come in?
I think Ausmingi indicated that we must also take it offline. You can come in, Tembeka.
Thanks. Thank you, Chair, so much.
I'm just taking your hand, and that's it. And then we can consider other matters in the report.
Okay. Thanks, Chair. I think it's important, Chair, that we take cognizance of what governs or what makes a tender valid. And what makes a tender valid, it's when it has been awarded and there's a contract in place. And that is why, Chair, you would say, where are the contracts for these particular tenders? So you cannot therefore divorce yourself from type of contracts that this department get to enter into, because it becomes one of the documents, legal documents that they use to make sure that there is a valid contract. And all the rules or the guidelines or terms and conditions that go with that particular type of a contract should be considered by BAC. That was just my comment, Chair, to say then we cannot say we govern by MFMA and our policies only, whilst we are hampering on department to say we need these contracts, because our policy speaks to the fact that there must be contracts put in place for these tenders. I just wanted to highlight to just highlight that we can't choose this side and not look at on the other side. Thanks, Chair.
We are not doing that. I'm saying that if the city gives an appointment letter to a contractor to say we are appointing you for 18 months, and when you go and sign a contract, whether you sign a contract and SLA, you sign it for 18 months. You don't say that now that I'm signing a contract with whoever, now the contract itself is going to be outside of the time frames. That's my point. The contract, whatever that happens within the contract must still be within the framework. And if it's not within that particular framework, then there is no point in us having to, we as BAC here, make a call on matters that are not within the framework. These timelines are based and there's validity to them. So on this particular one, can I just move, and we will need legal, please assist us with the opinion on this particular one so that we can close it. Can we get comments, colleagues, on the substance of the report?
Yeah, just one part. I think you have resolved properly. Legal should be able to assist us and also perhaps consider what we have just raised vis-a-vis what was also subjected, rather, articulated and ventilated by supply chain in terms of the conditions of contract. Maybe they just have to consider that so that it's clear in terms of what take precedence in that respect. So I think it's also important just to get clarity in that respect, Chair, as well. Thank you very kind.
Chairperson, can I come in? I'm not going to take long.
No, you are not part of the committee. The committee is deliberating on the water report, and we're not going to you'll come in when we deliberate on roads report.
No, because you mentioned departments. I also wanted to help in terms of what Gerald was saying, to say, if you allow me, because you're going to ask for a legal opinion, I wanted to add an aspect that need to go with that.
Okay.
Okay, ma'am, I hear you. There's an issue around a legal opinion, but I also want, because what basically,
Pego, you said you want to say something that must go with that opinion, and what is that must go with that opinion?
The opinion talks to the role of the principal engineer, but I also want us to also take into
it will be covered there. All right, thanks. The legal opinion will come with the role of the principal.
There's an issue around there's an issue around provisional liability of the work done, to say if we're going to disconsider maybe a recommendation by the principal agent, the city then need to make determination in terms of aspect relating to the professional liability, who then takes accountability for that, because in terms of the quality and aspect relating to the project, the completion certificate and all that, those are the responsibility of an engineer. And therefore, when we look at the role and responsibility of an engineer in vis-a-vis the work currently what they are proposing, we need to take that also into consideration, because as it stands, city doesn't have in-house expertise to deal with these issues. So we need to be mindful of that aspect as well.
Colleagues, members, the report is tabled. Any other matter that you want to raise?
Yeah, just on the in the body of the report, I just want to understand the issue of vandalism. How did it really occur? On the founded assumption that, I mean, this is a strategic infrastructure or asset of the city, and it should perhaps receive, agency in terms of security. So I just want to understand, how did we go as far as having some of the infrastructure vandalized if we had security just to secure this important strategic infrastructure or asset of the institution? Thank you, Dr.
Refile?
Yes, Chair, Chair, it's an important question, and thanks for the Chair. So we had Metropolis. Metropolis gets deployed to safeguard our infrastructure, and on this plant we had Metropolis also. What happened, actually, it's a very sad story what happened at Lebgat, because the thugs, every time we intensify the security from Metropolis, they intensify. When Metropolis comes with 2 guns, they come with 5 guns plus 5 people. So they end up overpowering Metropolis, and there were people from Metropolis that were shot at. So it became a gun battle. There's 1 or 2 Metropolis people that were fired at and over, and that was the sad reality that happened at this plant. Thank you.
So based on what you are saying, how then are you dealing with the issues of security then going forward? Because we can't spend another 22 million that is going to be vandalized.
Yeah, Chair, we as you would know, we are an engineering department and we are not experts on security. It's Metropolis that does this function. They are responsible. I know that they were reviewing their policies and stuff on security, and how to improve or beef up. They never, on one of the action plans of AG, I saw there was an item on the review of the existing policies and also how they need to just reinforce the existing security arrangements to ensure that they address these matters. So it is being dealt with at Metropolis. Thank you.
Maybe just a follow-up, because you are raising an important aspect here. I mean, we do take note that, yes, it's a fraternity that falls outside this important department. I mean, it's water, it's Metropolis driven, and it's a policing issue. But however, I think there is also a fiduciary responsibility by the department to ensure, I mean, that when we put a lot of investment on some of this infrastructure, they just have to have a checklist that will determine that all that is important to safeguard this asset, it's operationalizable, meaning that they must also take that fiduciary responsibility to interact with the sister department to indicate precisely what group head is saying, that, this was not pound to pound in terms of the security that we were investing on in terms of this infrastructure. Criminals will come with more sophisticated ways on how to enter and really vandalize our infrastructure. So they must also take it as part of their responsibility, having seen and having experienced all these things that were done by criminals, just to suggest to Metropolis that this is what they think should happen in this case. If they have to have a 24-hour service, static, a unit in that area or in that infrastructure area around it, they must just make that suggestion. So you're right, Chair. I mean, it should form part and parcel of the responsibilities attached to, head of departments, just to make sure that they safeguard that, and find ways and means. Because this is a department, just to impress upon them how important it is to safeguard this infrastructure asset. Chair. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Chair, and I don't mean to create a dialogue, Chair, and I'll be quick. So, Chair, yeah, I'll through a TLMA or Group Human Capital, I'll request that maybe they will take me to training on security. That I'll engage with a Group Human Capital. Chair, what we do, and Member Shingangi is correct. We do advise, and which is why we've identified what we call hotspot areas or sites. And we take that information based on historical data, and we advise Metropolis that these are our hotspot areas. This is where we get attacked, and we give them a trend analysis. And they take with that information, and we'd also make input that for example, they would normally have 2 security guards without guns, with batons. And we would advise them, intensify your security. It must be 24 hours. A baton is not enough. Empower your security. And in some instances, we'd also go and advise them that maybe engage with subs also to work with our Metropolis security. Subs will not be permanent, but if they are visible time and again, that assist with the visibility to chase the thieves away. So I agree with Member Shingangi, and that is what we are doing to give input and guidance to them. Thank you, Chair.
Colleagues, can we resolve, or there's still other comments? Members, are you satisfied? All right, so in terms of the recommendation, the report is recommended as irregular expenditure in line with the supply chain comments. And then secondly, we must just add a recommendation that that the extension okay, what I want to say is that the extension appointment should not be issued until there's a confirmation of the safety of the assets. So I think that should be by the group head. The city does not have money. We already know the risk. If the group head is not going to give that assurance that the safety issues depends on someone else, I can't guarantee, then recklessly we want to still go ahead and spend another 22 million. I don't think that's correct. So until such time that those issues of security are resolved, then the extension can be granted.
Can I comment, Chair?
Chair, just before he comments in that respect, Chair, I think your comments, your amendments, Chair, can be carried. I just want to also have an understanding, especially, Chair, because I think we have to look at both sides when we consider reports. I mean, one, to a greater degree, our role here should be seen to be that seeks to assist the departments in many ways to ensure that we regularize, expenditure where we've got legislative support and where we've got a solid basis that we can utilize to regularize that expenditure. I'm raising this, Chair, because remember, I mean, it's the first time that we get a report that comes from the line department that contests what the supply chain is saying as part of their comments moving forward, because there's a solid point that the department is making here around the comments from supply that articulates and ventilates for a regulation or section 32, irregular and wasteful expenditure, which I think, of course, I mean, we have to note going forward, but we must also perhaps look into what the department says, and maybe along those lines, we can cone something to this effect. Because remember, this issue is largely based, among others, on what we understand to be an effective date. I mean, I hear what Member Minky said, and that can be taken offside. But I think one way or the other, we have to note these things so that when these reports are interrogated by other Chapter 9 institutions, we are able to demonstrate from a BAC perspective that we did a due diligence. We looked at all areas, including that which have been advocated by the department in terms of why they are saying this cannot be irregular. I don't know, Chair, whether it do make sense or it's something that cannot be carried as part of these recommendations until such time that Minky has given us a proper official authorized opinion on what is the strength of our recommendation in terms of regularizing these expenditures going forward, Chair. I'm just throwing it, Chair. Maybe it should be in the body of our discussion, or it could be carried otherwise as part of our recommendations, Chair. I would need your guidance there, Chair. Thank you very much.
All right, we can carry it to the recommendation. So this will be subject to then the legal comments then. Legal opinion. Recommended subject to the legal, recommended as irregular expenditure subject to legal comments.
Thank you, Chair. I think it covers.
Right, thank you, colleagues. Can we move to item?
Can I comment, Chair? I need to comment, please.
Go ahead.
Chair, thanks, Chair. To just maybe advise, and I like the approach of Member Chingangi that BAC should also play an advisory role. I think it will take us forward. Chair, just 3 points. One, we are in construction, and the intention is to complete the project. Remember, the contractor, they've got security on site. They are required to do so. So that addresses the infrastructure that is being installed now. That is the first point, Chair. So the security matter is addressed, and I disagree with that you want to put a recommendation that I am as Chair. I'm not a security expert. I'm a civil engineer. That is what I am. 2, I don't have the function for security. It's not lying with me. So I don't understand how it can be expected of me. 3, I don't even have the budget. Initially, security was centralized, it was at the department, it got taken away. So,
Steve,
Chair, I'm pleading. Yeah, Chair.
Steve, can I
Chair?
just come in here?
Okay.
You presented the report.
Yeah.
You are indicating to the committee.
Yeah.
To say you want to extend this particular contract.
Yes.
You are also saying to the committee asked issues of security. Right?
Yeah.
You are telling the committee that these issues of security, we are not sure because previously we did not manage the issues of the security.
That's not what I said, Chair. I said
What
that we've engaged with Metropolis and we've
you've engaged with
so there's still area. Yeah.
All right, can I just ask this question then?
Yes, Chair.
Is there a risk that you're gonna go on site and complete the project and that the issues of the security are still not addressed?
No, there's no risk.
So the issues of security have been addressed. So then the recommendation is that we've noted the issues of security and that the group has indicated that the issues of security have been addressed.
Yes.
I think we must manage that way then.
The contractor has a security on site. Yes.
All right, colleagues, as recommended, as amended.
Agreed with your articulation, Chair. Early articulation in terms of security as amended, Chair. Still.
As amended.
Mapula, you can move back to the agenda to rock.
Chairperson, is it not 3.2?
Yes, it is 3.2 and then back to rock. Ne?
Yes, ma'am.
3.2 is the one SME.
Yes. Chairperson, 3.2 reads request to obtain approval to deviate from the normal procurement processes to procure services for the 2023 State of the City Address, SOCA, and the budget speech. Chairperson, the item is tabled. Thank you.
Who is presenting the report?
Good afternoon, Chairperson and members of the committee. My name is Kalima Eko. I'll be presenting the State of the City 2023 address report. Yesterday, we presented the report and we were asked by the committee to go and source quotations that will support our submission, and such was done. But I suppose for the purpose of just getting you to be on board with everyone else, I'll just go through the report as was sent yesterday after the amendments were made. The State of the City address is taking place next week, Thursday, on the 18th of May, here at Tshwane House. After many discussions, we were asked to actually submit a report for BAC to seek approval on this matter. We sent through the report for comments to many other departments to source their comments on the report. The long and short of it, this year's SOCA, we were asked not to buy any airtime for it. As such, we only had a few items to procure. If you look at item 4.1, what we are seeking is the teleprompter
or auto queue for hire as well as an operator. We want 2 electrical extension cords. We also want a stage or a platform that will accommodate 6 people for us to hire it. And we asked supply chain to source quotations on our behalf. Of the 14 suppliers that were requested to quote, only 1 supplier responded. The supplier who responded informed that they are of good standing, and their quotation has been also sent through to Secretariat so that it forms part of our submission. So we are actually requesting the committee to approve our request to appoint Hot Source, which is the supplier that has quoted for the appointment of these 3 items that will require the setting up, obviously the delivery and the operations on the day of the soccer, which is next week on the 18th. The total amount for the quotation is actually 22,114 rands and 50 cents. And Chair, the report is tabled. Thank you.
Questions, comments, colleagues?
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Chairperson. I think one of the suggestions that we canvassed yesterday was for the department to go and amend the report to only focus on the aspects that they are going to procure. I just want to see that exercise where they went to seek quotations and then where we've got only 1 supplier that has responded. Is it somewhere in the report or is it attached, just to confirm? Because Chairperson, this is a similar one that it's similar to the one that we dealt with for the Office of the Speaker. So we suggested a uniform approach in this respect for the department to do. So I would want to see that exercise, but largely I think the report is quite clear in terms of what it seeks to achieve. But I think it's important for us to carry that the exercise as part of the recommendation that the department went back and did a competitive code process, and this is what happened from that competitive code process, and this is the supply that was only standing after that rigorous exercise. Chair, if we can just be taken and to see that and note it as part of this report, Chair. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, member. Other members?
Yeah, Chair, from my side, I think I'm happy with the report. Thanks.
Okay,
Chair, nothing from my side.
Can I just check in terms of the recommendation? Shouldn't it outline the items?
You're correct, Chair. That's what I'm, among others, referring to. We must outline the thingy and whoever we are recommending going forward after that competitive exercise, Chair. You're correct.
So they must change these recommendations then. The recommendation must indicate who are we recommending, and then it must outline the prices. With those amendments, then the report is recommended as a Section 32 report due to lack of planning. As amended,
Section 36 report, Chair.
No, I'm looking at supply chain comments. It's a 32.
It's saying 32, not 36. Oh, okay. It's amended, Chair.
It's an irregular expenditure.
Okay, Chair.
Because
Okay.
lack of planning. That's what the SCM comments are saying. As recommended.
As amended, Chair.
Recommended.
As amended, Chair.
It's amended. Okay, thank you. Okay, all right, thank you. Colleagues, can we move to the next report?
Chairperson, the next report will be from, I stand to be corrected, Human Settlement.
No,
Unless
let's go to the agenda. It's ROC.
No, ROC was dealt with yesterday, Chairperson. Item 1.1, 2, and 3.
Oh, okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, let's go then to the next item. Annalyn?
Sorry, Chair.
Good morning. Chair, if I can just declare, my name is Annalyn Cronier from EPMU. I declare that I do not have any interest in the items to serve and I will abide by the rules of the committee. Chair, just a note that on item 1.4 from ROC, there is also still an urgent item from their side. It's funded by triple PSG grant funding. So it's critical for us to get that appointment done. Thank you, Chair.
What item is that?
Item 1.4, Chair.
I don't have 1.4 on my screen.
Chairperson, is on section B for new items. Are we
no.
doing urgent items?
Mm-mm. We're following the agenda.
Okay, Chairperson.
So let's go to the housing then.
Chairperson, item 2.1 from Human Settlement reads, it's a further report to request the Bed Adjudication Committee to recommend approval for the rectification of the BAC resolution on the report to request for extension of time for the construction of 30 Mills Reservoir bulk water feeder line, water and sewer reticulation in Boyson's Extension 4, and request for approval of a session agreement between BICACON and Mint Consulting. Chairperson, the item is tabled. Thank you.
Who's presenting?
Chairperson, I do not see the department on the platform and they were invited.
Okay, and then the next item, who's presenting the next item?
Chairperson, the next item is from Energy and Electricity.
What about 3.1?
3.1 and 3.1 was considered yesterday, Chairperson.
Okay, then let's go to the next one.
Just for record purposes, Chairperson, item 2.1 and 2.2 will be deferred to the next meeting. And we're doing item 4, which reads EE 3621. Apologies. EE 3621-22, it's a further report, tender for the supply, delivery, and offloading of concrete poles for lightning applications and concrete poles for low voltage and medium voltage overhead distribution system, 3-year period, and as and when required. Chairperson, that item is tabled. Thank you.
Go ahead, who's presenting?
Chairperson, Enos here. Good afternoon, BAC members. My name is Enos Chep. On this report, Chairperson, maybe before I talk to the report, I would like to declare that I've got no interest in any of the matter that will be serving before the BAC. Chairperson, on this report, USDE 36, of which is a further report, I was not the chairperson of the committee. I was just a member of the committee. Unfortunately, the chairperson was got a bereavement. He lost his father a day before yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. And then I don't know if the committee will allow me, because this report was presented a long time ago. I think there were only issue of the SARS, where some of the companies were not complying with the SARS. I was there, and then, yeah, so I don't know if the BAC will allow me to just present the report.
I'll be guided by supply chain SOP. Supply chain.
Chair, any member of the committee can present the report. I'm assuming that a discussion, they had it as a committee, and then Enos can come as a member to present the report.
On that basis, Enos, can you present?
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. The tender is USDE 36 to 2022. The further report for the supply, delivery, and offloading of concrete pole for lighting applications and concrete poles for low voltage and medium voltage overhead distribution system. 3 years period and 1 required. As I already indicated, Chairperson, the report was presented to the committee and was recommended on the 20th of May 2022. This is the old report. And then there were issues with the SARS. If you go to page 49, or 52, you will see the further reports for. So where I'm going to read is item number 17. It says the Bid Adjudication Committee at this meeting on the 14th of July 2022 resolved that the tender for the supply, delivery, and concrete pole for lighting application and concrete poles of low voltage and medium voltage overhead distribution system for 3 years periods and when required be referred back to supply chain management for them to write the DNH to Duneva Trading Enterprise CC, Junoscan Trading CC, and Unity Construction CC for non-tax compliance bidder, given them 7 days to get their matters on order and for supply chain to present the report next Bid Adjudication Committee to be held on the next meeting, of which I think it was on the 1 July 2022. And on the item number 18, the responses that corresponded to the bidders in relation to non-tax compliance, the email was sent to the following bidders: to Never Trading Enterprise CC, Junoscan Trading CC, and Unity Construction CC for them to address the tax status. And then they see attached, that is I think the spelling is wrong. Instead of CIDB, supposed to be CSSD, not CIDB reports. And then after that, you can see those annexures. And then it was then recommended that the following bidders be recommended for the tender for the supply, delivery, and offloading of concrete poles for lighting application and concrete poles for the low voltage and medium voltage overhead distribution system for 3 years period as and when required, as follows. Item 1, Duvenet Trading Enterprise CC be recommended. And then for this item, it is indicated there 8.5 meters. And then item 2, Junoscan Trading CC be recommended for that street light concrete pole for which the size is 8.5 meters. And then The item 3, Simon Sutuke distribution, be recommended for 8.5 meters item. Item 4, Velapit Trading CC, be recommended for 12 meters. Item 5, Unit Construction CC, be recommended for 15 meters. Item 6, Mansekel Enterprise, be recommended for inspection cover plates. Item 7, Velapit Trading CC, distributor recommended for 5 meters pole. Item 8, PP project to be recommended for distributing concrete pole for 7.5 meters. Item 9, Velapit Trading CC be recommended for 9.5 meters distribution concrete poles. Item 10 months, okay. Item 10, Mansekel Enterprise be recommended for 11 meters. The tender is presented, Chairperson.
So, Ines, can you just clarify? This is a further report from which BAC?
Okay, this according to this report is the further report from the BAC that was dealing with this matter in July. Actually, what happened, as I indicated, maybe just to give a bit background, was that this report, this committee that was chaired by Tsepotompa of the chairperson, of which I was the member, presented the report. From the information, especially from our side, where we got is that the report was approved because the issue was only the text, and the text matters will be presented by supply chain to BAC. It doesn't need to be the committee. But along the way, when we don't see the appointment letters, that's when, because this is the item that we normally use also in the stores from our side. So that's when we realized that the report was never presented by SCM to the BAC. I think then I informed the chairperson, who I believe maybe did the follow-up or something like that. Then that's when the report was put on the agenda. And then 2 weeks back, I saw it on the agenda and I communicated with the chairperson to present, but it seems as it never served until today. When I was checking, when I see this thing, because I know it's EE, but it's not, I was not chairing. When I checked with the chairperson, then I realized that his father just passed away, so he got a bereavement. But because of the issue, he said you can, because you were the member, you can continue to present. But if you can read the report says SCM was supposed to have brought it and presented it to BAC because it was the text matters only. And that was never done since the 22nd of July until today. So the report, I think, has been on the IBA agenda for 3 weeks, if I'm not mistaken now, or 2 weeks or 3 weeks, this one. So that now after I communicated, then I said, it's fine. Let me ask the PAC if they will allow me to continue with the report. But although the report explicitly says the supply chain was supposed to cover, it was only the issue of the tax. Because the previous BAC approved the report. So hence I'm presenting. That's why I first asked if the committee will allow me to present.
Can Temeka just indicate, just clarify this? So this tender took a year to come to this BAC.
Yes, Chair. What must I indicate, Chair?
How is it possible?
Not quite sure, Chair, whether it's even still valid as a tender, because there's no indication as well on the report that validity has been extended.
Yes.
But Chair, our requirement is to write to the service providers on tax matters, and the
And that will be 7 days.
Yes, it will be 7 days, and then it must be brought back. I'm not quite sure whether it's SM that presents or the department, but Enos is saying the resolution said SCM must present the report. That was in May, June, July, and now we're coming a year later, and Chair, we run a risk of being perceived to have given these service providers a second chance, which is really not allowed in our regulations. Because if 7 days has passed and the tax matters are still not in order, we move to the next one. So I'm not sure why it delayed, and I don't want to put justice on the spot because it's the division that really deals with this, which was last year. But I think it's really not fair to recommend the service providers a year later, because if we were to go to their history in terms of CSD, we could have been seen as having disadvantaged them. Advantage them and disadvantage those who were the second online. Thanks, Chair.
Justice.
Chair, I just wanted to add before Justice can respond, because I had also my hand up. Sorry, Chair. On the matter that was covered on the validity, I just wanted to also get clarity whether how sure are we whether this is still valid given the timeline. I mean that it has spent. I mean, if you look at the further report is dated sometime May 2022. The second one is 2022 sometime. I can't remember the exact month, but it's later on, you know. So the validity that becomes a process, it becomes a issue. And in terms of fairness and just that I can't remember my English is escaping me. In terms of fairness, how do we really confirm that this doesn't really prejudice other, bidders, given that it's a year old tender, Chair? Thank you very much.
Chairperson, through you. Look, when I looked through the file, the first problem was the resolution was never released. And if you look in the Annexure K, you would see the communication between SCM officials and Secretariat following up on this resolution. So the resolution was only issued now in March, it seems, from this communication. And as soon as the resolution was issued, then communication was sent, it seems, through these bidders on the 14th of March on receipt of the resolution. So that's really where the challenge was. I'm not really sure as to the circumstances why the resolution was delayed to be issued for this communication. Unfortunately, Uncle Gaston seems to be the one who was handling the communication here. And thereafter, of course, SCM then compiled a response on the 23rd of March. So I think it's probably a lapse in our management of resolutions that led us here. As to the validity, I know the official has been following up. I haven't necessarily seen the validity extensions per se, and so that confirmation would be important. I was just checking the official concerned. He has stepped out of his desk at the moment, so I could verify and update further on that element. I hope that assists, Chair.
So you're saying that you're not sure if this is still valid?
Chair, I'm certain the
Can you
official,
clarify
because
that?
yeah, the official has been following up on this. I'm sure they have, but let me just verify. I'll update now.
But also, I mean,
Chair.
it still doesn't justify. Yes, Tembega.
Sorry, Chair. I wanted to say if this resolution, Chair, was approved, you see that's the problem with subject to, because if it was approved in May last year, so basically we were just saying to them, here bring a report on tax matters. It means the tender for the others who had no tax issues was approved. It should go on, and those that are subject to it, they must come back, and then we must address the tax matters. So the validity will then apply only to those whose tax matters were not in order. Not unless we are saying, Chair, but I know you wouldn't have approved it because it was never tabled in your committee. So if you've received a response in May, April, March, it means it was approved long time ago. So meaning those who are tax compliant can then proceed, but those who are not, we need to subject them to whether their tax matters were in order and whether the tender has been extended to confirm.
Besides that, can I ask which annexure talks to the resolution that was signed? Enos. Enos, are you still in the platform?
Yes, Chair, I'm in the platform. Chairperson, maybe I just need to quickly check, as I indicated earlier, due to the nature of the interests and also that I was part of the committee. I didn't prepare to present this until I contacted the person responsible, who said this is the situation, and then I realized that it says supply chain should have. I thought they were going to us to take it further and assist further. I don't have with me on my desk unless, but I heard justice was indicating what is attached somewhere. I'm just gonna try to check. If you can give me time.
Maybe through you, Chair.
You want to waste our time? Yeah, Gerard.
Maybe while Justice is checking, because I think September makes a point from a policy regime perspective in a scenario of this nature. How do we then address it? Because I take it that, Chair, I mean, these are some of the reports that are going to go further for discussion elsewhere outside these platforms as part of the feedback to the executive. So we must be quite precise, clear in terms of what the policy regime dictates in this respect. When you had a tender that was long, I mean, depending on whether there is such a resolution here, I mean, it will dictate otherwise. But I would have loved to understand if really September can assist in case of this nature. How do we then apply our policy? And if our policy applies in this case, what does it really dictate moving forward on how to regularize such a abnormal, and if I may use that for a lack of proper word, situation going forward, Chair. Thank you very much.
Who is going to respond? I can wasting our time.
I can only respond, Chair, once we've received the the approved resolution so that we can check the dates and stuff. And I've searched my emails. I don't have that resolution. Maybe it was sent to the official in them. So if we can have it, I'll be able to advise. But if it was approved, Chair, subject to those whose tax matters were in order, they should be appointed or recommended for appointment. And those whose tax matters were not in order at the date of a recommendation, they should have been, they did write to them. And we're hopeful that the tender, the validity has been extended just for those. Thanks, Chair.
Chair, I would suggest we pause. I'm struggling to find this colleague. I'm not sure if he's in the boardrooms or out. His phone is not getting through. We will pause on it and return to it.
Right, colleagues, we're just going to take a pause break. We'll reconvene again 13:30.
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Chair.
Noted.
Good morning, colleague. Afternoon, colleagues. Justice, are you ready? Or Enos?
Chair, challenge. The official is apparently requested to leave early. His phones are not reachable. So on this one, I'm stuck in terms of the outstanding questions.
All right, so then let's move to the next item then, colleagues. Secretariat.
Chairperson, what's the resolution for 36? Do we defer it to the next meeting?
Yes.
Chairperson, the next item is EED 06-22-23. It's a cancellation report. Tender to provide dry ice service to clean electrical and associated equipment on an as and when required basis for a period of 3 years. Chairperson, the item is tabled. Thank you.
Chairperson, can I take you through?
Yes, it does. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. And the item reference number is EED 06-2022-2023 from Energy and Electricity. Cancellation cancellation report for the tender to provide dry ice service to clean electrical and associated equipment on as and when required for 3 years period. On the next sheet, you'll see, Chairperson, that the tender specification was approved on the 7th of September 2022, and then it was advertised on the 26th of October 2022. There was no briefing session, and the bid closed on the 29th of November 2022, and we received 11 bids for this tender. And if you check from the next page, is the specification until this is a cancellation report. Is the until page 11, where we captured all the 11 bids that was received on time. In the next page, item number 2, page 12, is the pre-compliance, where we did the pre-compliance. In the next page, item number 3, we did that admin compliance, we populated the information there. On the next page, you will see the item that was disqualified, of which is bidder number 3, 5, 6, 8, and 11. They were disqualified based on the admin compliance. On the next item, we'll see the bidders that went through to the next stage. And then from there, we did the mandatory requirement for the 5 bidders that was remaining. And then after doing the mandatory, you can see all the bidders didn't make it to the next stage. They were all disqualified on that stage of mandatory. Therefore, we go to recommendation on page 16 of 16. So it was therefore recommended on the BEC that was sitting on the 1st of February 2023, recommended the cancellation of this tender. Reason being that there's no acceptable tenders that are received. And we further recommend, the BEC further recommend that the end user department should work on the specification and include the briefing session. And then the tender be re-advertised for 14 days after approval by the BAC. The decision to cancel a tender, cancel a tender in the term of the subcontracts must be published in the same manner in which the original tender invitation was advertised. The tender is presented, Chairperson. Thank you.
Members, questions, comments?
Sorry, Chair. Are we on 4 point electricity?
Yes.
Okay. Just observation. Maybe just assist. I mean, there was one conversation that we had in one of the platforms in the institution. I can't remember at what level. Was it at MECO or EXCO, where, I mean, we were requested maybe as BAC just to some extent explain when we say there is a material irregularity, which is one of the reasons that led to this cancellation. What does it mean in practice? What is that? What is material irregularity in the tender process? Where was that irregularity occurred, and how are we able to explain that as part of these cancellations? Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thanks, member. On this one, and this one, the one that we are dealing with is EED 06. I don't know if you are referring to the EED 17 on the new items, but it's EED 06. The reason here cancellation is no acceptable tenders are received. The only thing is that all the bidders didn't pass the stage of mandatory. Hence, the BEC recommended that the department to work on the specification and include briefing session, so that maybe they will understand they will raise those questions if they don't understand the mandatory. It's EED 06 on the old on 4.1 actually, yeah, on the old backlog agenda of the tender. The reason is that, but just to explain maybe the reason, when you say the marital regulations, where you find that, for example, the tender is advertised well and good, but you find that maybe where the bidders, I'm just giving an example, they're supposed to price. You find there is an instructions on the tender to say maybe the unit that the bidder should bid for should be 5, but you find that the pricing schedule doesn't provide the space to write the quantity of 5. So then you work on you see everyone wrote the total there, but you end up not knowing whether they multiplied the price by 5 or is a unit price. In other words, the spec was not clear to the service provider how to respond. Now, when you are evaluating them, you can't. You will find that you are not sure whether you're comparing apple and apple because the spec is not clear, or the way the pricing schedule is being put. When the BAC need to make decision, you don't know which one to take. It might prejudice the others if you follow another understanding. So the spec must be clear where it tells you what to do as a BAEC, and then the result should be such that the tender dictators actually wanted to achieve, rather than us looking at the things and then applying our mind. So it's just a matter of something like that, where you can't even finalize the report to implement, to get the report to say who's going in, who's going out. Then that means there is a material irregularities, which means the document itself, the spec itself, has got an issue with on that. Yes. Thank you.
Thanks, Enos.
Any other observation, please? Okay, as recommended.
As recommended, Chair.
As recommended, Chair.
Thank you. We can move to the next item.
Chairperson, item 4.3, it reads EE 5022/23, tender for the supply, delivery, and offloading of street lighting luminaires to the city of Tshwane on an as and when required basis for a period of 3 years. Chairperson, the item is tabled. Thank you.
Can I take you through, Chairperson?
My audio was bit down. Which item are we dealing with now? Chair, through you. Secretary, which item?
4.3. We are on 4.3.
4.3. So can I proceed, Chairperson?
Yes, Inos.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. The reference number for this tender is EG50 2022-2023 tender for the supply, delivery, and offloading of street light luminaires to the city of Tshwane is one required for 3 years period. If you go to the next page, you'll see that the bid specification was approved on the 1st of June 2022, advertised on the 26th of October 2022, closing date was the 1st December 2022. And then on this tender received 77 bids. From the next page is the specification until page until page 40. And the bid that was received on the 1st of December on time are listed there, of which there are 77, and there were no late bids. And then the next page on item number 3, the CSD compliance. And then do CSD compliance and bidder number 69, Eco Solution Project Management, was disqualified for not being registered on the CST. So one company was disqualified there. And the next item is admin compliance, of which is the stage 1 of evaluation. It will populate the information there. And then after doing that, on 3.1 page 48, you will see that the 12 bidders were disqualified, and we indicated on 3.1, we indicated the reasons on the far right, and on 3.2, there were 18 bidders that were disqualified due to non-compliance, the requirement contained in MBD 4.3.14, of which is the declaration of other involvement in other companies. So we wrote the reason on the right, on the column on the right. Then we've got 47 bidders that went through to the next stage on 3.3. That will go through to mandatory on page 51. It's a mandatory compliance, and then we'll just indicated the items that we'll be doing on the mandatory. And then in terms of what the bidders will be evaluated on, and that this goes like the LED street and floodlight luminaire. The bidders will be evaluated based on the compliance of the following: and Annex A, returnable Schedule A and B, which must be completed in full ink, black pen. Bidders must not refer to the brochure or any other document. Failure to comply with will result in bidder being disqualified. Bidders will be evaluated on the compliance on these things. Okay, on the next item, it says no bidders will be evaluated on the compliance of actually this is a repetition, a chairperson. The information provided by the bidders in Schedule A of Schedule in Schedule B of Schedule A should be evaluated against the city requirement, minimum requirement in Schedule A, and the technical specification requirements. And then the next one, the full document shall be submitted with the document. We listed them there. This is the information that comes from the advertised tender. As indicated, maybe I don't need to read all of them, just to check. We copied and pasted as from the specification. And then if you go to page number 53, you see where we started to populate our result. There on the table there, this is the first one where we were checking the schedules and also whether the information we put even there, whether the company is disqualified or qualified based on that. Also for, and then we populated the result there. And then 15 bidders were disqualified based on that. And then the next one, you see that the bidders that were considered is 33, and we indicated on top of that table, we will see what was required, and then populated the result of our evaluation per scoring sheet as attached. And then on page 58, 5.1, we see 24 bidders were disqualified based on that. Then this tender had the sample evaluation, where we evaluated the remaining bidders, of which are 9 bidders on the sample. And then all those bidders that was evaluated, and there was one bidder that didn't submit, so which is bidder number 65, didn't submit the sample, they were therefore disqualified. And then those bidders, that 8 bidders sample were found to be compliant. And then from there, we populated this item is the tender is awarded per item. We populated the 90/10 per item as required by the tender document. From item 1, you can see going down to item 12 on page. Oh, no, not item 12. Sorry, I'm mistaken. This is the until item 15. Item 15 on page 64. Yes, on page 64. And then after that, this tender has got 2 parts. There is an issue for disposal. How are you going to dispose the items? And also the supply part. So the other items on the 90/10 is for the disposal of the luminaires. So which means we've got 2 parts that you can award. The first part is awarded by item, and the second part is awarded as a whole for disposal. Then this is what happened. This is the result. And then you move to page 65, or from page 64, details of the companies, page of the 65, details of the directors. And then on page 65, that's where we also start with our recommendation. Where it was recommended that bidder number 72 Adamas be recommended for the tender for the supply, delivery, and offloading of street lighting luminaire. The city of Tshwane is not required for 3 days period. And then we populated this is their pricing in terms of the items that they bidded with the price that I recommended. And then number 2, bidder number 52, Katlemba, be recommended. We indicated the item of which is 1, 6, 8, and 10. And then next item is bidder number 67. We indicated the item that I recommended, of which is 2, 4, 9, and 12. And then bidder number 73 recommended for bidder number 2. Bidder number 62 recommended for bidder item number 3, 4, 5, 7, and 12. Bidder number 14 is recommended for 3, 5, and 14. And then Bidder number 66 is recommended for 8, 11, and 13. And bidder number 34 is recommended for bidder number item number 7, 9, and 14. And bidder number 20 recommended on the disposal for item 15, of which is under disposal. The tender is recommended, Chairperson. The report is presented. Thank you. Maybe before, Chairperson, there is an error that I saw that is a mistake in terms of capturing on. I see the report that is loaded. If you go to page on the recommendation in page 67, on item number 6 and under the bidder number 14, where they are recommended bidder numbers 3 and 5. If you check the total price of the price that is recommended for item number 5, is read 2,900. It's not correct. The price is 2,900. So there is a 0 that is was put there by error. Just to confirm that, you can go to page, I just want so that you understand what I'm talking about, to 9010 on page 61. Under item number 5, you will see bidder number 14 there. The price is 2,900, but on the resolution, I can see it was captured wrongly, the price. On the recommendation that for the report that is uploaded, it's supposed to be 2,900, not 29,000. Thank you, Chairperson.
Members, questions, comments?
Just looking at this, maybe through you, Chair. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Just, I'm just going to go to the page, that you can explain. I think it's a discrepancy, but it's dependent on how you're going to explain it. On item 8 is given shy, and the other one is Kwatlemba. On item 8 on page, I just want to go there. If you can just quickly, because I was going through the report, I didn't paginate my concern. Where it is given shy, or I don't know whether call them giving shy or given shy, and Katlema. Given shy scored 100% in terms of the 90-10. But let's get this so that I can explain myself properly before I'll get there, before my English escapes me. Sure, just want to get to that because it's a major observation there. 10 ways it. I had it now, and then magically it just disappears. See if you can look where you've got number 1 as Katlem. I don't know, for item number 8. Just want to get to item number 8, 10, 9, item number 8. Yeah, item number 8 on 7.8 on page 62. You see, is it given shy trading and Klemba, ne? And then the score is for giving shy is 100, and then for that item, and then the Katlemba is 96, but still only recommendations we have recommended. Let's see, only recommendation. Maybe you've got an explanation for that. You have recommended, I think, Katlemba there or something. Are you with me, Kinos? Are you following me, Kinos? I just need clarity on that because it might have a material implication in terms of the recommendations going forward, specifically for that item. Thanks.
Yeah, yes, member, I see what you are talking about. Issue that this is just a typo. I think it's just a matter of when they were doing the acquisition was doing the populating the information, and the information is populated wrongly because obviously if you check in terms of the price, normally 90-10 it goes, if they all got 10-10-10 BEE. So obviously the cheaper one will get the 100% and the other one will get 96% in terms of the calculation, because there's a formula that they use. It's just a typing error. The member, I can see that if yes, it made a material difference, so it will have to be corrected so that the scoring shouldn't be put like that. But if you check the first the BEE status, remember they all got 10 points, so there's no one that get more than 10 points. Obviously, the cheapest one will get, in terms of price, will get highest points. So which it should be 90 and 10 and 100. I think it's just that typing error. So it will have to be rectified. I can see what you're talking about. Thank you.
Can I just check these items? Are these items new items, or the city has procured them before?
We procured them before.
So in terms of the prices that are reflected there, are these prices comparable to what we have been procuring them at? And I'll give you an example.
Yes.
I'll give you an example on there is this one item number. If you look at on page 66, you go to section 2, item number 8. It's around 12,000.
Yeah, maybe a chairperson, my apology. Let me just rephrase my response on your earlier question, whether it's the first time or not. The tender has been like this. We had, so that you understand the background, we had a luminaire that were not LEDs that are still on our streets, and we had a tender for that has been procuring. Then the department decided to do the LED tender, of which it was running parallel with that one, because that time they said the LED are expensive, so they can't make them all stock item. They will still continue with the HPS. Then along the way, the tender, there are some few items that were made stock item, especially the fast moving, such as 70 watt, 150 and 200, and I think also 250. Those 3 items were made stock item from our side, but the other items that are reflecting, especially from our side, we don't actually have much information in terms of comparing to the previous, but those items that I'm referring to, yes, if you check, because comparing to the previous tender where the suppliers are supplying, also comparing to the HPS is the luminaire that doesn't have globes. You still need to put the globes inside, and LED is the one that they say they save energy, and they come with their own globes and everything. So they obviously the price will be different there. According to our understanding, when we were checking based on those items that now from my side where I know I think the prices were reasonable. But those items that we are referring to, we didn't have it's like the 1,000 watt from the LED. I don't have the history because we never ordered that. We ordered the HPS, officially the globes, on our side. But from the department side, I don't know whether they used it, but I don't have the history in terms of that, Chairperson. So on that one, not all of them, but there's an item that we're using. Yes, when we look at the price, we saw them reasonable, but there are those items that are higher price, like the item that we're saying for 1,000 watts, especially the bigger sizes, because it was never made a stock item. Because remember, for you to make a item and a stock item is when you are regularly utilizing, you must provide information that you are regularly buying the item. Then we make it stock item. Even item number 11, 2,000 watt metal halide, we never ordered it, so we don't have the history for that. We only have for the HPS, of which is the other items that we're doing. Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay, so Enoch.
Enos. Yes.
On page 67, né?
Yes.
You've got item number 7.
Yes.
How much is it on your side?
Yeah, same. Item number 7. We never this is the as I said, this is the LED. This one is those lights that comes with the circuit breaker. Remember the other one doesn't come with this.
Yes,
but we never ordered this on our size.
Yes, but remember, you mentioned something about the size. Okay? So this one is LED SL equivalent of 770. What is W standing for? Watts. Could it be watts?
Is it which page? Item number 7.
Page 67.
Oh, I see what you're talking about is a typing error also.
Then you have, underneath that one, can you see also item number 5? There's no way that thing is going to be 29,000.
That one, remember, is the one that when I was presenting the report, I don't know if you were listening.
Oh, that's the one that you said there's an error.
I missed item 7, but that's what is the one that I said there's an error.
Yes, but there's lots of errors here because now I don't know whether some of the items, I just need to refer this item back for you to verify.
Okay.
These numbers. Because you see, even with this one, yeah, on page 66, like I don't know if that's the one that you also said you've picked up the error on page 66. The item number 8, which is 12,000. And then, but anyway, then below that line, item number 4, it's the 400 watts with circuit breaker, it's 2008. And then this one is 250, which is smaller, but then it's 33,000. I think there's a typo there of maybe there's a 3 there. Can you see?
You said page 66, item 4.
On page 66, item 4.
Yes. Yes.
Can you see the figure reflected there? It's 33,000.
On the report?
Yes.
I see 3,000.
What are you looking at?
I see 3,360.
Okay, let me show you.
No, it's 33,000. It's 33,650.
On page 67.
It's page 66, item 4. It's 33,650.
Oh. Okay.
So there's
Yeah.
a lot of,
Ines,
there's a lot of errors
Yes.
here.
Okay.
Check
Now
your-
let me take the report back here. I see.
can we refer the report back then?
Yes. No, I agree.
Okay, the report is report back. Lot of errors. Let's double check those. All right, comments, colleagues, or anyway, let's move to the next item.
Chairperson, item 4.4, still from Energy and Electricity Department. It reads request for extension of time for USDEE 15 2018-2019 tender to appoint various contractors to provide construction works on low voltage LV and medium low voltage MV, electrical network infrastructure and consumer connections contract as and when required for over a 3-year period with effect from 1 November 2019 or nearest date, Chairperson. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Who is presenting this one?
Chairperson, I don't know. Didn't that this tender served the last time and approved? It was presented by the department. The last
Yeah,
week.
it looks like it.
Like
Was it
last week, if I'm not mistaken.
EE15?
Yeah, it was presented, I think, last week, the extension, and as far as I know, because I was listening, it seems it was approved, unless if there was some things that need to be done. I think it came back to the agenda erroneously.
Apologies, Chairperson. Yes, Mapule just confirmed that it was erroneously placed.
But then Bofu's got his hand up. I
Chair,
thought we are objecting to that.
my hand is up, Chair, because of I wanted to chair my item ROC 33, Chair. It was put as a further report that it had been on the platform for 3 weeks now, but it's put as a new item, Chair. And this item, the department is phoning me every day to say this item is very, very urgent. And it was put now as a new item. It's a further report that has already saved at the BAC. Thank you, Chair. That's the point I wanted to raise. But it's now dumped under new items.
Kane, where were you when we started the meeting?
I was here, Chair. You know, sometime when you respect protocol.
So now you're no longer respecting protocol.
Chair, department is they are actually not happy with me. They are saying, why are you not raising your hand and request the chair that this item has been moved backwards instead of being put on the right on the.
What item is that?
ROC 33, Chair.
I want to make a note, not that we're gonna consider, but I'm just gonna make a note. It's not on my list. Right, okay, that's fine. I'll come back to it. So let's move on with the item. This one was done. The next item, Portia.
Chairperson, Group Property, item 5.1. It reads, this one. Tender invitation for the long-term lease and development of municipal property holding 21 Monavoni Agricultural Holding. Chairperson, the item is tabled.
Go ahead. Special.
Chairperson, it's not mine.
Who's presenting 5.1, colleagues?
Sorry, Chair. This item, I chaired this item, Chair, and it was approved last year. I saw there was you sent through a resolution, Chair, that showed that it's only awaiting to be signed by the city manager. This item is already saved, Chair.
Secretary, please check also confirm that one. Can we move to the next one while they are confirming?
Chairperson, the next item, 5.2, GPM 01-22-23. It's a further report tended to appoint service providers for the servicing, maintenance, repairs, installation, and upgrades of existing and new fire prevention systems-wide citywide for a period of 3 years. Chairperson, the item is tabled.
Chairperson, Fiswandaba is by name. Let me first declare that I have no interest in this item I'm about to present, and I'll abide by the policy of the SCM. Chairperson, this item was tabled at BAC back in September. Maybe if I were to flag it, I hope it's showing from your side. I just went straight to page 84 because it's actually a further report. The BAC then resolved that this item, there was one service provider was appointed at the time, and that was declined because the specification was asking for a maximum of 7. And also the second issue, there was also the BAC resolved that regulation 24 of MFA must be looked at in terms of price negotiation because of disparities in prices. And the third issue was that it must be tabled back to the BAC. So following to that, Chairperson, SCM then constituted a PNT, which was SCM officials as well as that of the department, and to do the negotiation. And then on the 24th of Jan, it was discussed, and then with the PNT, and then we agreed that based on the lack of previous similar tenders in the city of this, it was only going to be best to do the price average. And when we do the price average, we were going to exclude the outliers. Maybe if I may scroll down to the next page, just to assist the committee. What we have done as a committee, we have excluded, for example, if you look at 1.1.1, there's on the prices from between these 6 service providers, there's 125 and 145 or 43, which looks like an outlier. And in the next line again, 11 and 12 looks like an outlier. So what we've done, we've excluded the outlier and took the average of the remaining prices so that we can get an average that we're going to use. So that was the approach going forward. The reason being is that in some instances, the prices were differ too much. And in terms of, you'll find it, the other prices were way too high. And if you include those prices, and then it affects the average, and then it becomes even higher. So that was the approach in doing so. And then we then obviously compare the average price, which each service provider. If you are below the average price, will retain your price. And if we are above the average price, then we'll then negotiate with you. And then later on, on the 30th, we sat down with the bidders, all 6 of them, and then we've presented, and then they agreed on those prices as they wrote to us and agree to accept those prices. So that was actually the process, Chairperson. And then maybe if I would take you to page 81, Chairperson, 31, that table was actually demonstrating the totals, and you'll see that you have a service provider that is a total of 2.3, whereas the cheapest is as low as 435. So you could actually tell on the totals that the prices were actually varies, and that's why we had to use that approach, so that at least we can try to push the price to an acceptable level, obviously in favor of the city. So in doing so, Chairperson, if I were to go to page 97, following that concept, we would then do the recommendation. I'm trying to scroll to page 97 so that I can be able to read the recommendation to the committee. And it was then based on that recommended that the bidder number 13, which was DS Mulapo, be recommended for a tender to appoint a service provider for servicing of this fire equipment for a period of 3 years. And the allocation of that was for Region 1 and Region 3, because we appointed 6 service providers. So one service providers, which was the cheapest one, was always going to get at least more than one region. So bidder number 13 managed to get 2 regions, and these are the prices that we actually agreed on as listed on the report. And then following to that, as I scroll down, we then further appoint bidder number 5, and bidder number 5 was also recommended for the same period, and allocation for bidder number 5 was for Region 6, and of course bidder number 5 was also allocated based on the price as listed in the spreadsheet below. And as I go down, we also have another appointment, which is bidder number 6, FireTech. FireTech was also recommended for the same period, but FireTech was also recommended for Region 4, and these are the prices as listed on the table for Region 4 for FireTech, for Region 2. And then we then further recommended bidder number 12, which is the Little Crack for the same period, but then Little Crack was allocated to Region number 5, and these are the prices as shown on the table for Little Crack for Region number 5. And we also then appointed bidder number 11, which is Busy Fire for the same period. Bidder number 11 was then recommended or appointed for Region number 2, and these are the prices after negotiation that were appointed for, and for Little Crack. And after that, we also had bidder number 7. Bidder number 7, which was the last appointment, were appointed for Region 7, and these also are the prices. So all the recommendations are in according with the municipal specification and condition of tenders and their tenders, and that the divisional head of group property management manages the expenditures and care for the duration of the contract within the available approved budget. The report is tabled, sir. Thank you. Chair, thank you.
Through you, Chair Secretariat, can you just email me the report, please? I can't open the one on the link. It's likely I've been following space on the platform when he was flighting the report.
Justice, did you manage to open the report?
Yes, Chair, I did.
Okay, then you can comment.
Oh, Chair, I was part of the price negotiation team. So I compiled the further report together with Sfiso. So his presentation is mine.
So we take it through you, Chair. We take it that we've got the best interest of the members of the committee. So anything that you're going to vent would be aligned to, since we couldn't get really the privilege of opening the report, we could rely on you, Member Justice. Is that what you are saying? So,
yeah, indeed. Yeah, through Chair, indeed. What basically, yeah, in line with the negotiations. So as he said, we removed the guys who seemed too high. We removed the one bidder who seemed to be too low. We did the average, and then we established average prices. So we offered those average prices as the maximum price we will give any bidder. And then in doing the recommendation, so any bidder who priced below the average price would retain their price for that item. Any bidder who priced above the average price, we brought their price down to the average price. And they are being offered for that item the average price. So the recommendation has been done in line with that. And that's basically what was done in brief, as we try to summarize it on the narrative. Yes, Chair.
Manhattan, are you still in the meeting?
Yes, Chair, I'm still in the meeting, but also I think I had a problem with the link for the report. But I was going through, I think, the presentation by Sifis, but I'm fine from my side. Also the explanation from Justice. Thanks.
I'm also here, Chair. I was just trying to read through the report as well as following on Sfiso's presentation.
All right. And we recommend the report, colleagues. As recommended.
As recommended, Chair.
Yes, as recommended.
Chair.
Can I just check then the next items? Will this be Sfiso or?
No, Chairperson, Sfiso is actually done for a day.
Okay. Then this will be who's presenting these ones then? There's 4 cancellations.
It's Rahaba.
Rahaba, you only show up during cancellations. Okay. All right, Mapule. We can move to the next item.
Chairperson, the next item is item 5.3, GPM 23. It's a GPM 23 2020/23. It's a cancellation report tender for the lease of city-owned property on public tender, portion 1 of R3415 Ellensport. Chairperson, the item is tabled.
Go ahead, Rahaba.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Rahaba Ramakgopa, and declare that I don't have any personal interest in the items that I'll be presenting this afternoon. The item that I'm presenting now is GPM 23 of 2022-2023. Is the first time I'm presenting before this committee, which is the BDV Adjudication Committee, and this is a cancellation report. And members, I just want the members to go to page 2. At page 2, it shows that the specification was approved on the 5th of December 2022, and it was advertised on the 12th of Jan, and there was a briefing session on the 27th of Jan, and it closes on the 28th of February 2023. And we received 2 responses from the public, and I just want the members to go to page 6 to see how did we evaluate this tender. On page 6 of the report on point 3.1, it says that the stages of evaluation is 4 stages. It's administrative compliance, the mandatory requirement, functionality, and preferential point system. Then members, as I've indicated, I said we received 2 responses from the public. I want the members to go to page, the members to go to page 72 of the report. Those are the 2 bidders that responded to this bid, which is Muvhango and Commuter FM. Then upon supply chain receiving these documents from demand, they did the pre-compliance. Remember, on the pre-compliance, we are checking as to whether the bidders are registered on the CST or they are not restricted or state employee. Then upon the supply chain doing that exercise and the committee verifying that, we found that none of the bidders, they were disqualified on the pre-compliance. And on stage 1, remember, we're checking MBD 1, MBD 4, MBD 8, and MBD 9. Upon us doing that exercise, we see that all the 2 bidders, they were disqualified because bidder number 1, it was an incomplete MBD 1, and it was not even signed. And bidder number 2, he didn't declare the 2 companies, as you can see on page 19, and therefore this bid is non-responsive because there are no acceptable tenders received, and that's the reason that we are requesting cancellation from BEC.
Questions, colleagues, comments?
As recommended, Chair. I don't have anything from my side, Chair.
As recommended, Chair.
Minky's there, Minky.
A recommendation, Chair, sorry.
Oh, okay. I thought you were picking up something. All right, as recommended. Next report.
Chairperson, item 5.4, GPM 24, 22, 23. It's a cancellation report. Tender for the leasing of city-owned property on public tender R1185 Pretoria. The item is tabled.
Thanks once again, committee members and secretariat. The item that I'm presenting now is GPM 24 of 2022-2023. It's for the first time I'm presenting this item before this committee. We are requesting cancellation as a BEC to BAC because upon closing of this tender, there was no response, meaning that it was a 0 response. Then as a result, the tender is non-responsive. That's the reason that we are requesting cancellation.
So, Rahaba, in your assessment, what will be the reason for non-responsive?
I think that the spec was too tight. Whatever they were looking there as on the mandatory requirement, it was very, very, very tough. Maybe next time they must just relax their spec a little bit. Remember, these GPMs, these are income generating tenders, so I don't expect this tender to be so. They mustn't make it so hard for the service provider not to understand the spec.
All right, members, Any other comments, questions? It's straightforward. Can we?
Yes, Chair. I think let
Can
them
we-
revise the spec and then as recommended.
Yes, revision of the spec and as recommended, Chair.
All right, as amended, colleagues, amended with that, they need to go back and review the spec as well.
Great.
We move to the next one.
Chairperson, item 5.5 GPM 2522/23. It's a cancellation report. Tender invitation for lease city-owned property on public tender F20829 Soshanguve extension, Soshanguve South extension 10. Chairperson, the item is tabled.
Thanks once again. The item that I'm presenting is GPM 25 of 2022-2023. I'm presenting it before this committee as a cancellation, and I'm presenting it for the first time before this committee. On page 2, it shows that we received one response from the public. I just want members to go to page 18 to see how did we evaluate it, how did we evaluate this tender. On page 18 of the report, let me go to page 18. Sorry. On page 18 of the report, it shows that we have evaluated this tender into 4 stages, which is admin, mandatory, the second stage, and the third is functionality, and the fourth one is the functionality preferential point system. And members, as you can see, if we can go back on that, on page 18, the very same page, which is page 18, it shows the service provider that responded to this bid. Remember, I said it was only one service provider that responded to this bid. Then upon that, because I said that we did the first stage, usually is that we are checking the MBDs, then the service provider did comply with the stage 1, which is administrative compliance. Then the second stage, it was the second stage, it was the mandatory requirement. Then upon doing that exercise, as you can see on page 19, the service provider didn't comply with the last point, which is the letter of financial support, because he didn't provide that letter of financial support, meaning that the bidder didn't comply with all the mandatory requirement. Then as a result, this tender is non-responsive, and that's the reason that we are requesting cancellation before this committee.
Members, any observations?
I think the same through you, Chair, the same
Nothing
remarks
from my
that
side, Chair.
from the previous applicable, Chair, and you can just proceed.
So sorry before that, Chair. 8.1, BC Chair. I see we're saying bidders must provide proof of access to financial facility by institution accredited by FSCA or NCR, and we're saying completed.
Did we say completed? It's supposed to be incomplete. Let me check it again.
On 19, and then on the next one, the next column, then we're saying something else, non-compliant.
I think it was just a typo error. I still remember that this bidder didn't even provide that letter of support, the financial support. I think at the time the acquisition official finalized the report, then maybe it was a human error, but he didn't provide that letter.
So that will be a correction.
Excuse me?
So this will be corrected to incomplete.
Yes.
Or not attached.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry for that.
That's fine. Thank you, Chair.
With that amendment, can we recommend the report?
With that amendment on the confirmation that indeed that 8.1, Chair, it's an error, and it will be corrected accordingly, because we just have to carry it as an error, and then it should be reflected on our report, Chair, as amended.
an error. Can you give the page number there? For purposes of minuting. Justice, which page number is it?
Page 19, Chair.
Right, as amended. We move to the next one.
As amended.
Chairperson, item 5.6, GPM 2622/23, it's a cancellation report. Tender for the lease of city-owned property on public tender RF 817, Garangua Unit 21. Chairperson, the item is tabled.
Thank you, Secretariat and committee members. The item that I'm presenting is GPM 26, and is for the first time I'm presenting this tender before this committee. And members, we're requesting cancellation on this GPM 26 because upon closing there was no response, meaning that we receive a zero response. Then as a result, the tender is non-responsive, and that's the reason that we are requesting cancellation. Thank you.
Can we also conclude that the specs must be reviewed?
As amended, Chair.
Let's move to the next one.
Chairperson, the last item from GPM reads GPM 2722/23, cancellation report, tender for the lease of city-owned property on public tender R 15027, Atteridgeville Extension 25. Chairperson, the item is tabled.
Thank you again. The item that I'm presenting is GPM 27 of 2022-2023. It's also the first time I'm presenting it before this committee. I'm presenting it as a cancellation. The reason we received one response from the public, and upon us receiving that one response from the public, we did supply chain together with the BEC, verifying whether the bidder comply with pre-compliance. Then we checked that there's one service provider. Then on pre-compliance, he qualified because he is registered on the CST and there's no restricted or employee of state. And thereafter, we have evaluated this tender into 4 stages, which is admin, which is stage number 1. The second is mandatory. The third is functionality. The third is preferential point system. Members, as I've indicated, then on the first stage, it's administrative compliance on page 14. Upon the supply chain doing this exercise and with the BEC verifying as to whether this is a true reflection, upon doing that exercise, we found that this one bidder that responded to this, he didn't declare on MBD 3.14 saying that he's serving other companies. As you can see on page 15, those are the 5 companies that he didn't declare. Then as a result, this bidder was disqualified. Then the tender is non-responsive. That's the reason that we are requesting cancellation.
But is the reason for cancellation, is it really non-responsive?
It's no acceptable tenders. The ones that we receive zero submission is non-responsive. This one is no acceptable tenders received.
Any other comments, colleagues?
I think reviewing the spec may also help. Maybe we'll get more responses. With that amendment, we can recommend.
As recommended, as amended.
Agree, Chair?
Are you done on your side?
Yeah, I'm still having a cancellation of RTD 17. Remember, yesterday I did the ones that they were responsive, but this one for the cancellation, I didn't do it.
This is item?
It's RTD 17.
Okay. Chairperson?
Yes, go ahead.
Before we go to RTD 17, just on item 5.2, the one we approved, I want to add an additional amendment on that recommendation.
Okay.
Bidder DS Malapo is tax non-compliant, so the CSD is a bit slow today. Is non-tax compliant, so they will need 7 days to fix their tax matters.
Which item?
5.2.
Oh, okay.
The one that was presented by SFISO.
Tax compliant.
5.2.
I almost thought cancellation is for a non-tax tax issue.
sorry to confuse you.
Rawa, don't you think that you've cancelled enough tenders for the day? We should go into. Okay. Or do you really want to cancel?
No, I don't want to cancel, but remember, especially the income generating tenders. So remember, the city is bleeding on its finance, so I don't know. It could have
Right, let's deal with that one and then finish. This is item number
6.1.
Portia.
Chair.
Item
6.1, Chairperson. RTD 17 2022-23. It's a cancellation report. Tender for the procurement, installation, and commissioning of air compressor tanks, air receiver, and automatic condense drain valves for Tshwane bus services as and when required for a 3-year period. Chairperson, thank you.
You can go ahead, Rahab.
Thank you. The item that I'm presenting now is RTD 17 of 2022-2023. I'm presenting it for the first time before this committee as a cancellation. Upon closing of this tender, we received 2 responses from the public. And members, I just want the members to go to page 4 to see how did we evaluate this tender. First stage, it was administrative compliance. Second stage, it was the local content. The third, it's mandatory. The fourth is a preferential point system. Members, as I've indicated, I said we received 2 responses from the public. If you go to page 7 of the report, those are the 2 responded, and it's Zalo and S system. And thereafter, we did the supply chain together with the BC verifying this. We did say they did the pre-compliance. On the pre-compliance, none of the 2 bidders they were disqualified, and meaning and there was a compulsory briefing session that was held, and on this all the bidders attended the compulsory briefing session. And thereafter, the first stage, as I've indicated, is administrative compliance. We are checking all the MBDs only to find that bidder number 1, he didn't declare on MBD 4, saying that he's involved in other companies. If you go to page 9, it shows all those 4 companies that he didn't declare, meaning that this bidder will be disqualified for further evaluation. Remember, the second stage, it was a local content. On the local content, the bidder was supposed to specify the percentage. On the valve, we're looking for 70%. There's still the bolt, the nuts, rivets, and nails, we're looking for 100%. But upon us checking that bidder, which is bidder number 2 on Annexure C, as to whether we found that the bidder didn't complete this local content in full. Then as a result, the bid is non-responsive. Therefore, there's no acceptable tenders received. That's the reason that we are requesting cancellation from this committee.
Questions, comments, members? As recommended.
As recommended, Chair.
As recommended, Chair.
Okay, so we move to 6.2.
Chairperson, 6.2 was approved yesterday, as well as 6.3. There was a request that Group Head Letongwane forwarded to you to say the report is expiring soon. So it's loaded as item 12.2 on the link. Madam Letongwane, please speak to your report.
No, wait. Remember there is 12, you said it's loaded as 12.2. So it's not on the agenda, Ker. When was it loaded? My agenda ends at 12.1.
Today. But they are expired, Chairperson.
Yeah, no, it's fine. Let's go to the ones that are agent. Remember also, there were also other items that are agent that we must go to. Can we move to the next then set? Can we go to
7.1?
7. Was it 7.1? No, not 7.1. I think it was K. Okay, so we move to 7.1 and then to rock then.
Yes, Chairperson. Item 7 from Water and Sanitation, it reads WS 1722/23 tender for the provisioning and offloading of special pipe portions and as and when required for a period of 3 years. Chairperson, the item is tabled. Thank you.
Who's presenting?
Chair, the BEC chair is in my office. Computer is acting up. She's asking to use my laptop to present.
Is there no conflict of interest there?
Yeah, I was saying exactly the same to her. You need to get a laptop. Go to Rawa quickly.
Okay, you can go ahead. Max Bongi said.
Keep him.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
She says you can go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Pamela Kaputerakulle. I declare that I have no interest on the item that I'm about to present. The item is from the Department Water and Sanitation. The item was advertised on the 12th of January 2022, and the briefing session, it had a briefing session that was held on the 19th of Jan 2023, and then it closed on the 27th February 2023. The responsible official from the department, we have Slindile Sidibana, and from acquisition, it was done by Franz Boy. And then the members of the committee as appointed by the accounting officer are listed there on the report. That is myself, Pamela Kaputerakulle, Mr. Muruti Mphatlele, Mr. Dumisani Chabalala, Mrs. Zoli Swangubela, and Mr. Nikon Mampani. And then the bids were available on the 7th of March 2023. It was advertised for 30 days. And it's still valid. It's expiring on the 27th of May 2023. The bid was published in the following website, on the following platform: City of Tshwane website, BELT, Pretoria News, and e-tender portal. Then the scope of work is documented between page 3 with all the tender requirements, all the mandatory, all the stages of evaluation between page 3 up until page up until up until page 14, Chair. And then on page 15, we have bids that were submitted on time. That is, we received 7 bids as they are listed as our number 2. And then there were no late bid received on that tender. And then the pre-compliance was done on the 7 bidders that we received to check the suppliers that are restricted or they are state employees, and then none of them was disqualified under this stage. And then the compulsory briefing, as it was held on the 9th of February, all attended except for bidder number 5. Therefore, he was disqualified. He was not. He couldn't be measured in the next stage. Then the admin of compliance was measured on the remaining bids, which is 1, 2, 3. Bidder number 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, and 7. And then unfortunately, on this stage, 2 were disqualified because they did not complete the MBT3 in full. That is bidder number 3 and bidder number 7. Then they were then disqualified, and then bidders were those that were left, which is 1, 2, 4, and 7, were supposed to be tested on local content. And then that exercise was done. They were all compliant except for bidder number 6. And then there was a mandatory requirement for the remaining 3 bidders. And then the criteria for the mandatory requirements were as follows. Bidders' comprehensive company profile with specific reference to the previous performance and experience relevant to the scope of work. Bidders were supposed to attach a reference or appointment letter signed on company letterhead. Then the second criteria was bidder was supposed to submit the quality management system. And then the third criteria, ISO, even though it didn't state the ISO number, the department just indicated to say ISO 9000. And then lastly, the fourth criteria was bidder must submit valid accreditation calibration certificate for the testing procedures to be conducted on the material. So they were supposed to attach accreditation for that. Therefore, under that measurement, only 1 bidder qualified, which is bidder number 4. Actually, bidder number 1, they did not submit the 3 requirements that were supposed to be submitted. And then bidder number 2, he did not attach the calibration. Then only 1 bidder, bidder number 4, attached all the requirements that were supposed to be submitted on the tender. Then all the information was captured, if the prices for the bidder, the company registration, the CSD number, and the name of the directors, their IDs are indicated there as under number 9 and 10. Then we have the report that our recommendation, the committee recommended that bidder number 4 be recommended for tender for provisioning and offloading of special pipe portion on an as and when requirement for a 3-year period, with the rates that are listed from 4.1 for item number 1, A1 until A14, and then also for B, the whole of B, the whole of C, and D, up to E, F, and then there's G also, there's H also, and therefore the recommendation are as such from J, again, K, all the items that are listed on K, item L, up to the last item, which is item number, which is item number U14. So the report, all the recommendations are in accordance with the municipal specification and condition of tender and their tender, that the group head, that is from water and sanitation, be able to manage the expenditure incurred for the duration of the contract within the available approved budget. The report is tabled before the committee, Chair. Thank you.
So Pam, how do you know if those prices are economical?
I think the department we actually contacted the department based on the total of this tender, even though it's not gonna be appointed as a whole. It's going to be a rate only tender. So they indicated to say they will only tap on items that they require, even though when coming to the price that we can't confirm, Chair. We can't confirm to say they are indeed for current related prices.
So you did not, even the ones where you're not gonna award as a whole, but the items that they need, did you check if those items in relation to the prices that you got from the others bidders, did you check those the pricing?
No, we didn't compare because mostly we thought maybe like they have already didn't qualify. So obviously, even if we can, because we tried to look for a manufacturer and then we couldn't find any because we were trying to benchmark with the prices of the manufacturer. But unfortunately, they did not tender.
But then did you give them the prices of the manufacturer, even if they didn't tender?
Pardon?
Did you get the prices? Because remember, if you were trying to check the prices of the manufacturer, you didn't you wanted to benchmark. You could have just benchmarked against the ones that submitted, just to benchmark the price. I mean, already they were disqualified, but it doesn't mean that they didn't offer prices.
Oh, unfortunately, Chair, that exercise was not done. You can still check, Chair.
Questions, comments, colleagues?
Yeah, I think largely is on the benchmarking, Chair, but from a process perspective, I think it was done clinical. The pricing and the benchmarking, Chair, your observation is my observation, Chair. Thanks.
Through you, Chair, Justice.
Yes, Justice, I didn't see your hand.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I think the issue is pricing. The rest is straightforward. I think they did a clinical job. When they, I think we'll need to refer it back so that they can try and do that exercise. And when they come back, they must remove the estimated quantities and the totals, just leave the rates. So that it's clear that the recommendation is for an as and when required. Those are my comments, Chair.
Thanks. As amended, the report is referred back.
It's amended, Chair.
As amended.
All right, with those amendments, then can we move to
That's the new section, Chairperson, section B.
Yeah, let's start on section B. Let's start with the rock.
Yes, and it will be 1.4, continuation from section A, Chairperson. It reads ROC 32-22-23, tender for the professional civil engineering services for providing and operating of a GIS-linked road and stormwater, as well as other related infrastructure management system within the city of Tshwane on cloud-based system as and when required on tendered rates and available budget. Chairperson, the item is tabled.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee.
Just wait a minute. Can I see there was a hand up? Oh, okay.
Hi, Chairperson. It's Pepe here. I also wanted to indicate you are still online.
Yes, no, you must stay online. Let me see in terms of the items. After rock, I think after rock, it's going to be transport. Am I right, Portia?
No, Chairperson. Oh, it's energy and electricity after rock because human settlement is not in. And then GPM. Roads is item 12, Chairperson.
Oh, road is the last one. Okay, so I think that you will, because he indicated that there's an issue of expiries. In any case, I don't know if that expiry is going to help us because it's an irregular expenditure already. If it expires over the weekend or even expires today. But let's attend to that one and then we'll go back to the items.
We are attending roads, Chairperson?
No, we are attending the rock. I'm saying after rock. Yeah.
Okay, Chairperson.
Can I continue, Chair?
Go ahead. Thanks, Kate.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, what Rock 32? I'm gonna withdraw Rock 32, Chair, to next week. There is some correction that I for the members that I had said this more than 3 times to the person that was doing the report is still not yet corrected. So I'll refer Rock 32 to next week, Chair. For today I'll present Rock 33. Chair, Rock 33, Chair, is it's a referred back. It's a referred back tender.
Portia, we have Rock 33 here. Have you officially introduced the item?
Chairperson, item 1.5, Rock 33, 22/23. It's a further report. It reads tender for the repairs and maintenance of the sanitation infrastructure within the city of Tshwane boundaries as and when required for a period of 3 years, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. The tender I'm going to present, Chair, is a further report, Chair, is tender for the repairs and maintenance of sanitation infrastructure within the city of Tshwane, Chair. The tender served before the committee, Chair, and it was referred back. It was referred back, Chair. And then, without wasting time, Chair, I'll refer the committee to page 105. That's where the further report starts with what the BAC actually requested, the corrections that the BAC requested to be done. I'm just paging down, Chair. You can tell me if all the members are there. If I can, maybe if it's not there, I can flight the report.
Can you say page
105?
Okay. All right, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chair. Just paging down this. My laptop was also frozen at some point. I'm almost there. Thank you very much, Chair. The further report. The report was presented before the BAC. It was on the 13th of April, and BAC actually they recommended that we redo the correct report. We look at the pricing and explain why we indicated that some service providers underquoted when market analysis was not conducted. Include the names of the company on the recommendation as well as pricing. These are the concerns of the BAC, of which the resolution, Chair, is actually enclosed. Indeed, Chair, we attended to the concerns of the BAC. We re-looked into the report, and the report was corrected, Chair, without wasting time. We can move on to page where we addressed some of the things. The reason why we were actually, it was actually the BEC has stated that maybe some of the suppliers were underquoted, Chair. It was in consultation with the department that failed during that time to say on the past 3 years, the contracted service providers, they spend about 125 million. So there was a view from the department that the bidders that quoted below, they might have overpriced. But as a BEC, so we realized that that was one bidder. But at the moment now, hence the work is spread. Is instead of one bidder being the one that is doing the work, so 7 bidders were now appointed, Chair, to do the work. So the work is spread. The issue of that maybe some were underquoted, it didn't hold much waters, Chair. If we go to page 133, Chair, this is where we did our discussion with after consulting with the user department to see how the budget was spread, Chair. And if you look into those one, that the budget is actually skewed towards Region 1, where most of these services are actually rendered. Region 1 is the one that is consume most of the budget, followed by Region 2. Chair, the bidders that were actually listed, which in the previous report, Ndogo project was erroneously not omitted. If we go to page 134, this is the list of the bidders that were listed, Chair. Bidder number 13, bidder number 4, bidder number 18, bidder number 17, bidder number 19, bidder number 34, bidder number 53, and bidder number 7. Chair, what we actually, furthermore, what we did as a BEC, we actually scrutinized each bidder, the bill of quantities, and sort of highlighted those areas that are sort of extreme, that we saw that these areas are extreme, although in our recommendation, we have recommended that all the bidders' bill of quantities, they need to be subjected to negotiation. But we actually did indicate areas where each bidder's bill of quantities, we can see that this is extreme here. The others are charging 5,000 rate. The other bidder will be maybe charging 1,500. So we listed all those extreme, Chair. And if we move down to the recommendations, that's why there was some sort of some highlight there. We were just trying to highlight some extreme cases where we feel that this is abnormal. These areas are abnormal to ensure that when whoever they will be doing the price negotiation, it becomes easy for them to actually to have a base of where to start. Nevertheless, Chair, if we go down now to the recommendation, Chair, which is on recommendation, which is on page, I'm still paging down. Recommendation, which is on page 166. It was recommendation recommended that the bidders be recommended for the tender for the repairs and maintenance of the infrastructure within the city of Tshwane boundaries. The bidders being allocated per region. Region 1 being Unity Construction, the Timeka, AST Trading. Region 2 being the Shamvana Project. Region 3 being Betliner Investment. Region 4 being Mudimbi Business Enterprise. Region 4, 5 and 7 being Ndogo Project. And Region 6 being Musari Sareng. The recommendation, it just moved down to the last to say that the city enters into negotiation with all the recommended bidders for the tender of repair and maintenance of the infrastructure on their bill of quantities, which has huge differences per rate. Thank you very much, Chair. The report is presented.
Questions, comments, colleagues?
Thank you, Chair. Just one observation. In the previous BAC, and I'm glad that Kane is making reference to those issues that we highlighted. I just want to check with you, Kane, that are you in a position to indicate to us just a few aspects where we identified issues and how you resolve them as part of this report going forward. Can you just maybe take us to a few pages that, for example, bullet number 1, the report had a cocktail of errors, Can you maybe just for the sake of comfort and take us to 1 or 2 pages to say these were the previous errors and this is how I've corrected these errors, just for that comfort, because I was just trying to get to that, but I can't. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, members. The first error that was there, members, it was the error of not like the similar one that I've actually withdrawn. The members that were the committee members, when they were not correctly spelling, they were not the correct members. It was 2 members who are present, then there were other members, even they are designated, the members, they were not correctly, the members were wrong. That was the first one. The first cosmetic, the members were wrong. And then the second one that was there, it was on the issue of the admin. The admin, it actually, the administrative evaluation, it actually features more than one. It was in 3 occasions where the admin is before the recommendation. That's where it was actually talking about admin as well. Those are the errors that really came out strongly by on that by BAC to say this. Please try and make more effort to correct the report. Thank you very much, members. And then, of course, the pricing, because in our previous report, we never mentioned anything on the prices. Hence, the BAC said you cannot bring such a report and you don't mention, you don't say anything on the prices. Hence, the recommendation changed now. We have recommended for negotiations.
Can I just check from a process point of view? Ne? The The 90-10, did you apply it per item? Did you apply it per item?
The 90-10 chair was applied as you know that the now the prices of the bidders are published on even on the website, so they use the published prices to do the 90-10. The price that is on the website, that when the tenders are received from the prices are recorded and posted on the website to say this is how much you price it. These are the prices that were the total that are used to do the 90-10.
Okay, I guess maybe what I'm trying to find out is that, for example, on number 9 or functionality, you've got those if I look at the price, the on page 10, it says that the functionality, you've got bidder number 4, scored 73. And then when it comes to the next table on pricing, is the highest scored bidder, okay? And then bidder number 11 and number 7, they are the lowest scoring bidders. Okay? Then how then did these ones that are the lowest scoring bidders end up in the price negotiations with everyone else? Or am I reading this incorrectly? I think I'm making a mistake here. You can go ahead and correct me.
The lowest scoring bidder, Chair, which is 31 million, is the highest scoring bidder in terms of points. The lowest at 31 million is the highest at 100. If you look at then
okay, wait, you're saying the lowest?
The lowest bidder in terms of, let's look at those tender price which are actually published. That bidder tendered 31 million. In terms of in terms of the price, it got 90 points. You add the BE contributor, you get 100. Is the highest scoring bidder. And the bidder that quoted 238 million in this, which is the highest, it's actually on the price is saying he's actually has a negative of 190. 190. That means his price is the lowest ranked bidder in terms of price, meaning this price is not favorable at all.
And was he recommended?
No, because we actually now the bidders were the highest scoring bidder were to recommend 7. So we recommended from bidder number 13, 4, 18, 17, 19, 34, 53, and 7. This is where we can, where in our discussion.
Yeah, this is where I don't understand that.
Yes. In our discussion,
you moved from even bidder number 7 and bidder number 53. Ne? The price varies far from bidder number 13 and 4 and 18. But for some reason, your number 53 and your number 7, you are putting them into the same despite that they were the lowest scoring bidder, you are now bringing them forward. Why is that? Is there a pressure to appoint 7 bidders? Couldn't you appoint bidder number, let me see, 1, 2, 3, let's say maybe 3 bidders?
The issue, Chair, is that those bidders, since now we have bidder number 13, 4, and bidder number 18. These bidders rates will use them as a base for when we are actually conducting negotiations now, to bring those bidders down, because the rates, this is where the rates, if you look at bidder number 7, bidder number
okay,
7.
Can I ask you differently? Can I ask you a question differently? Do you have to appoint, let's say, 9 bidders? Or you can appoint 3 bidders?
Here we appointed per region, Chair.
Yeah, but the spec says you must appoint per region.
I have to go and check here. I mean, what the specs, what the specs say there on the. I'll check there. But I can't remember there. But I'll check out. But
Because now what you're doing is that you bring in breeders that scored the lowest into the picture on the price of the ones that are scored the highest. If you have if you have 3 bidders, because in terms of the spec, there's no way where they said you must have a bidder per region. Members, other questions, comments?
Okay, I think how the question that you were raising there really, in my mind, related to the allocation framework. I think even if you are wanting to appoint say service providers per region, because most of the attenders in ROC they appoint them per region. So how you would do that is the principle has been the highest scoring bidder will get the region with more work. That has been the principle that they've used throughout. I think what I was seeing here is that there was a bit of a deviation from that. Look, if you read 3.1 of their scope, it says the tender is for a 3-year period from the date of award by the COT as reflected on the appointment letters of the bidders. The successful bidders and their resources will be committed on an as and when basis to all City of Tshwane latest regions as per allocation. The relevant department will do the allocation of regions to successful bidders after the contract has been awarded. The services required will mostly consist of removal. Okay, yeah. So the intention is indeed to cover the 7 regions, but they did not necessarily in this particular tender prescribe necessarily how those 7 regions must be covered. So I think that's what the BEC was trying to do, to ensure there is a service provider per region. But then I think how they allocate them into those regions, maybe that's where your question comes in, Chair. In that the region, the bidders that are highest point scoring, or if I may say their rates are cheaper, probably should be in the regions where there's more work, so that you mitigate the possible expenditure that might come. But the other way is to do what we have done with the other bids. We probably averaged prices for bidder 13, 4, and 18. And then we then use the average of those prices as a basis for negotiation with all others. So as to try and contain possible expenditure where some of these rates are overpriced. So there are options around that, and I think price negotiation is a possible solution to contain possible over expenditure based on some of these rates. Because I think it seems the preferred approach was to have more service providers per region. I don't know. That's my thinking around the issues you are raising, Chair. I see Anneline's hand is up.
Chair, if I can just assist, on page 4 of the document, if you just look under background, the second paragraph, it says the intention of the city is to award the tender to a minimum of 3 different bidders on an as and when required basis. So yeah, I think that might assist then, that the intention was to appoint 3 bidders. Thank you, Chair.
Colleagues? I still don't understand, Justice Ines. I was not even thinking of allocations of work per region. I was more thinking about why do you bring service providers and negotiate with service providers when, in fact, they have the lowest scoring? Let's forget the allocation of the regions for a minute. You probably would have allocated bidder number 1, and you probably would have allocated a tender if it was one service provider to one bidder, and this would have been the highest scoring bidder. So what you are doing now is that you are bringing the lowest scoring bidders through the allocation to the region. And I'm saying, in a first instance, those bidders are the lowest scoring bidder. They should not even they should not even have moved forward. If in fact you were wanting to consider appointing and you're saying, okay, no, this bidder number, the first highest scoring bidder will not be able to cover the work. And then you move to the next scoring bidder. Because for the same reason that you've disqualified, let me see, for the same reason that you've disqualified the last bidder, you've disqualified the last bidder on the basis that they are the lowest scoring bidder. But then what is the difference between your first lowest scoring bidder and your second lowest scoring bidder, if I may ask you? Because according to me, the first 3 bidders are the bidders that you could possibly, their prices ranges more or less. Then the rest of the other bidders, their prices differs, and it gets worse when you get to bidder number when you get to bidder number 53, number 7, and number 11. So my question is that why are we bringing those bidders? Why are we taking them forward? Why are we not only appointing the highest scoring bidders, let's say the 3 highest scoring bidders?
Can I answer, Chair?
Yes, you can answer.
Right. Chair, in our discussion with the department, I'm not sure if the department was here, Chair. This project was done in the previous financial year. The project was done for the department spent 125 million in 3 years. To say, because this when we came to here, we were actually discussing with the department to say, if we appoint one bidder, the department actually advised us to say, this bidder, that's where they were thinking that this bidder won't be able to carry out the work, because whatever they have bidded there is for a 3-year period. So if we appoint someone we have quoted 31 million, for 3 years, yet the previous year, the expenditure was 125 million. There is a danger that the first bidder was not going to manage the work. Hence, in our discussion with the department when this tender was referred back was to say, even before to say, let's take the first allocate on the region, then negotiate the prices, the rates of the other bidders we'll use those, we'll benchmark on the 3 and try and negotiate the rates down.
That's why we have to have market analysis because now what you're doing is that you are saying that you're going to negotiate. You're saying that first of all, the highest scoring bidder, the prices might be underestimated, and they might not be able to deliver. But then you go ahead and appoint the lowest scoring bidder with the highest price, and then you're saying, okay, fine, I am going to negotiate you to come down to the very same bidder, which is the lowest scoring bidder, that you are indicating by yourself that no, this particular bidder might not in fact. So how is the negotiations going to happen? So when they come back and say we cannot come back to those, what is your benchmark? We cannot come back to those prices. How are you going to deal with this?
The rationale, Chair, is to say yes, in the challenge is that the absence of the market analysis, but only when we were referring to the spend analysis to say that spend analysis of 125 was for the whole city. So now if it in our approach, we will try and, for instance, bidder number 7, whose rates per day is mostly 5,000. Try and negotiate to say your rates are down, come down to 1.5. So those that will agree will be, even if we have some that pull out there, we should be able to remain with those that will actually be able to continue with the job.
Other comments? People will be able to.
Sure. I mean, Kane has really assisted in providing some of the response. I know how complex this thing is, and but I think from pricing, yeah, I mean that's the only area of concern, because we can easily subject this to price negotiations, as per our recommendation. But then what becomes the baseline? I mean, you always make a point that the baseline must be the list in terms of negotiation. And what happens to those that have obviously underquoted? How do we address? Because I hear your concerns, although this is quite technical, given the work that the department, I think, Kane has done in this respect, just to attempt to respond to some of the concerns that we had earlier on. Maybe that's where we should just get guidance. I don't know whether Justice will be able to provide such guidance. Thank you, Ruka.
you, Chair.
Go ahead, Justice.
Look, Chair, I think let's acknowledge the first point is that the department seems to be wanting to increase capacity so that they have enough capacity. And I think I see that as to one of their intentions. The second point is that, yes, price negotiation it's critical in this case. So one way of doing it is because this service has been provided before, is to average the prices and moderate it against the previous tenders rates to what is acceptable for the city to arrive at what it would term the maximum offer on any of these items, maximum rate on any of these. And once they've established that kind of what they would regard as an acceptable rate per item, then they can take that and negotiate with the bidders. And then so that to try and bring the services down, the rates down to what would be acceptable. And then, yeah, of course, it will in the end be a take or leave it attitude, and then we move forward with that. So I see the way out being that price negotiations, but then of course, as I'm saying, basing the negotiations on moderation of the average against previous tenders rates, and then using the outcome to negotiate. But then the other thing I think becomes then how they allocate the recommended bidders according to the regions. I think there's a concern, which is the point where you were saying, because as you pointing out, it looks like the bidder who's lowest scoring is prioritized for work for areas where there's more work, I think, which is the point that you are hammering on there. That's how I understand your point. But there's a way around it as I look at it. Chair.
Okay, so in addition then to recommendations, the report where they are indicating that they are also proposing a price negotiation, then we will also want them to go also look at in their price negotiations, they must look into the previous rates of the previous tenders, and they must also look at the allocation of resources per region. Can we recommend it like that? Am I missing something?
Let's just paraphrase the last part. I hear you. I mean, we are moving forward. I think it assists. But I thought we will marry the two with perhaps the input from Justice. So that
I'm coming.
Yeah. Okay.
I thought Justice was proposing that. Justice, can you come again?
Yes, I just want to get
those were the two things.
Yes, Chair.
Okay, my proposal was that we refer it for price negotiations, of course, through the city manager's process, and that in doing price negotiations, they must, as the chair says, consider previous tenders rates against the average the current bid, maybe, and then determine a maximum offer at which the city will negotiate at. And then, of course, in addition to that, in allocating work, consider the point scoring of the bidders, I think. Does that help? Maybe more confusing.
It does. It does. No. I'll walk along with you on that journey.
Well, Justice, I guess you are part of the negotiation, isn't it so? That team that negotiates.
I support the chair. The DH has taken over to avoid me getting in and out of BAC.
Okay, that's fine, because then they will probably need that type of a guidance then. And can we get this report then submitted to the next meeting, because you can indicated that this report is urgent.
It's urgent, Chair. They don't.
So your price negotiation should not take more than 2 weeks.
That would be better, Chair.
All right, thank you, colleagues. Kane, the report is referred for price negotiations with those additional comments. Can we move to the next item? Are we going to roads?
Yeah, Chair, let's do roads. We're going to lose Secretariat now.
Okay, let's do roads.
Good afternoon, Chairperson and members of PAC. My name is Pekuli Tonkani. I hereby declare.
Chair, which item is it? Can we get Secretariat just to table the item official? Which item is it before the group heads, Chair? Is it one of 12.1 or 12.2, Secretariat? Our group head, you can just take over because Secretariat is not saying a word. We want to know which item is it.
I saw Justice hands. I thought you wanted to explain. Okay, no, it's fine, Chair. Let me again share, because I'm not sure where, because there are a number of reports that we're supposed to serve, but the one critical report that we requested that it serve is this one, because it's expiring end of this month, I think on the 24th of May, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know whether you have this. I've sent it on Wednesday and again yesterday to members requesting that it serves. Chairperson, can you hear me? Mr. Shingange, can you hear me?
We can hear you, Peko. So it's item 12.1.
We can hear you.
12.2.
Okay, no, this is the only report really that is currently urgent because of the nature of the project. Madam Chair, the only thing is that we are requesting an extension of time for a period of 24 months for the engineering consultant in Baola Civil Projects in order for them to continue with the project. I'll also touch on the stages where we are, but the extension of time has no financial implication, and the fact that we also receive positive comments from all the from all the stakeholder department. Chair, in terms of the project, this is the project that we refer to as the BRT Infrastructure Line 3, Section 1, which is from the CBD to Atteridgeville. This is where we're going to be rolling out the BRT infrastructure for line 3. Chair, just to indicate that we had appointed the service provider in 2020. The inception period was on the 19th of May 2023. In the process, Chair, was as reflected the stages. In terms of the stage 1 up to 3, which is the detailed designs, that has been completed. The consultant is currently busy with the documentation and procurement, tender documentation, and then they will then be responsible for supervision and monitoring, and also the closeout report. Chair, as I've indicated, there's no any financial implication. The contractor was appointed initially for 61 million. That was when we were implementing a full-blown BRT before the new the optimization plan that was introduced, which basically has reduced the cost extensively. I can confirm that the budget for the project is available, and the fact that Chair, it's very important that we need to continue with this particular service provider because of a number of reasons. I think one being the civils, the Mbaula is the custodian of the designs, and as I've indicated, they're almost complete with the tender documentation for the appointment of the contractor. And the other important aspect is that if the approval is not considered, it will then means that we need to go back to the actual redesign, which is normally the case if we have to bring a new service provider, and that will basically delay the actual procurement of the contractor and the start of the construction work. And also we need to bear in mind that we have already included this particular contract in terms of the business plan that we have submitted to National Department of Transport. This project is also planned to commence in the 2024 financial year. Again, I think it's also important again to indicate that these also issues of professional liability that the contractor is taking the responsibility thereof, and the fact that Chair, it will also help us with the fast tracking and the smooth transition from design to construction. I think that is basically the issues, the comment from various stakeholder department. For example, EPMU, the comments are positive. They basically give us the go-ahead. I've actually highlighted that, and the fact that they support the extension, I think mainly driven by the fact that there is no financial implication. Same with the supply chain management division. They have also indicated that they recommend approval of this particular project. That also include the financial comments, which confirm the availability of funding, and also the fact that group legal and secretary services, they have also in their conclusion supported the approval of the report and its recommendation. So, Chairperson, that's basically the report, and the recommendation are there that the extension be granted for a period of 24 months with no additional cost to the project. Thank you. Chairperson.
I can hear you, Pep.
Oh,
So
no,
tell me
thank you.
when did this expire? When is
The
it
contract-
expiring?
The contract is expiring on the 19th.
So Group 8, no, thanks for the report and the presentation. So Group 8, we can confirm that this extension will by all means not have any financial implication going forward, come what may, regardless of this extension of 24 months, because I think that was the posture that supply chain took in terms of their comment that they put their strength on the fact that this extension is not going to bear any cost, hence they support it. Can you just perhaps get that confirmation, Group 8? Thank you, very kind.
No, that is correct, Chair.
I'm not sure what happened to Chair. Maybe Justice can just take over and proceed.
Oh, the chair is here. The chair is here.
Chair is here. He's
Yes.
reading. I know when
So
she's
the
quiet,
chair is
she's reading.
the chair is
She's
reading.
quiet. Yeah.
Yeah, it's reading. So
We understand you, Chair. Some of us how you operate Chair now. Mahata, we understand our Chair.
So I need maybe Peku to refer me to the kickoff minutes of 19 May 20. Are they attached?
May I just check with Manara?
Because according to me, this expired. This has expired already in February.
Let me
Group Head, I'm
ask-
here.
Yes,
I'm here, Group Head. I can speak
yeah.
to that.
Yes.
Okay. Chairperson, yes, the appointment letter is dated 26 February, but it was in the year 2020, whereby we'll remember that from the appointment, that's when in the next month of March, that's when full lockdown took over and we could not continue with the works. So after that appointment letter, nothing was done until May. That's when we could finally have a kick-off meeting, which was on the 8th or the 12th of May. That's when we had the kick-off meeting. But from then, the service provider still could not commence after the city issued an instruction for them to commence. So the instruction for them to commence was on the 19th of May. So that's where our commencement date is based on. And I think we have attached the minutes of that kick-off meeting and also that instruction from the department to the service provider to commence on the 19th of May 2020. So that's our basis of commencement.
It's attached as what? What is the annexation?
Okay.
Okay, unfortunately,
Yeah, no, that's the kickoff meeting. Chairs. If you look at the screen there, on the Friday, the 8th of May 2020, there was a virtual meeting where the kickoff meeting took place, which was meeting number 1. It's reflected there.
okay. I think also in addition to that group head where we had the commencement letter, I don't know if you, because I've logged in on my phone because I have a problem with my laptop, but there's also an instruction to commence of the 19th of May also.
I'll get it.
So if you can also show that, because that's when they actually commence with work, because that's when also construction opened, and that's when we can actually tell them to start with the services. As we remember that was the time of COVID and nothing could be done prior to that time. Thank you. I'll just try to also find it quickly on my site. I may have missed it to send it to you. Go ahead.
So where is the SLA? I want to check the effective date of the SLA, because now and I'm going to need Annalyn here to come forth, because now we've agreed that the kickoff date is the day of the commencement of the contract. Now we are moving from the kickoff now. Because if we work with the kickoff, which is on the 8th of May, then this contract has lapsed. Now we are now moving, we are shifting the date. So maybe let's look at the SLA. What does the SLA say is the effective date?
Okay, I think, Chairperson, in terms of this contract, we have the tender document which has the contract data in it. And the contract data, I can't flight it, but in terms of commencement date with the contract data, it says that it refers to the commencement date as per the CIDB, which is, I'm just trying to check. While trying to, but I think the main thing on this one was it was affected during COVID, because even the kickoff was arranged when we still could not work. Hence, we could not issue them the instruction to actually commence with services. So I think I understand the kickoff meeting, but this one I think is a bit different, because on that time, even when we held the kickoff meeting, they still could not work because construction was still closed. So it would be unfair for us to tell them to start, then hence we had to wait for construction to open. That's when we could actually give them commencement of services. So I understand the kickoff meeting, but I think maybe this one, because of that time of COVID, I would suggest that maybe we look at it a bit different. Maybe Annalyn will also assist from the EPMU, because they've also given us a positive comment.
Just pull the contract. Let's just check the effective date of the contract.
Okay.
Annalyn, you can go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, yeah, so obviously first prize will be if we can see on the contract if it states the commencement date. Secondly, if the department can provide that letter that they indicated when is the commencement date, because we've been lenient previously with departments with a kickoff meeting. In actual fact, if there's a letter stating commencement, I think that will supersede the kickoff meeting, because that's an official letter then issued by the department. So yeah, I will be satisfied if we can get that letter from the department stating what was the commencement date, Chair.
So while they are looking for the contract, Pepe, can you flight the letter from the department?
Ma'am, from where I don't, in the attachment that was given, it's not here. And Manari indicated that she had the letter, they issued an instruction as a project team May I request that in the absence of that particular letter, we refer this item for next week so that we can go through all the documentation. One thing for sure that you also need to understand is that with the contract, the likelihood of the acceptance of offer page not being signed are very high. Therefore, I will request that we get the letter in the absence of the letter. It will then means if unless Manari can be able to flight it from her phone, but where I'm seated, it's not part of the documentation that are in the what do you call it, in the attachment annexures. Manari, maybe if you can, if you are able to flight it.
I'm not able to flight on myself. I thought I can forward it to you quickly, but I'm
Forward to
showing
me.
this connection.
Okay.
But maybe
Oh,
Imelda is
no.
also here. I think I've sent it to her if she can assist. And I'm also trying to open the contract, but also
Send it to me via WhatsApp. I'll be able to flight it on my laptop.
okay. I think while I'm looking for it, Chairperson, another thing that I wanted looking
Okay,
at the
there's the lead. Oh, there's the lead.
Can you circulate can you email the letters to the members?
Sorry, Chair. I'll do that just now.
Members, any other comments, question?
Not from my side, Chair, just awaiting Peku's letter.
Chairperson, but I displayed the letter in the chat. So to enable you to make a decision. So let me just say.
No, I guess the letter must be on record. So you need to send the letter to Secretariat so that when we make decisions,
Okay. No, I'm
we are
just
not
saying.
found wanting.
Okay. No, I'm typing your name so that I can send.
Okay, no, that's fine. So the only thing which is missing here is the contract, isn't it? The effective
contract.
date on the contract.
okay, I think on the contract, I'm still trying to open it, but I think I went through it the past days or so. But it says the commencement is after the contract, with effective of the contract or something like that. But as group had said, that most of the time our contract documents don't get signed by the city manager and etc. So it's difficult to use that. Hence, we use the commencement. So I think, yeah.
Chair, all the appointment letters, they will have what is called commencement date, and that commencement date is the one that we are referring to. But I think what is important and what Manari is raising is the fact that that appointment was issued basically weeks before the emergency declaration and level 5. So you remember level 5, there was total shutdown. There was no work that could be performed. And again, when we went to 4, we were not necessarily allowed to go back in basically at 100%. If you recall, the contractors were actually able to go back on site the first week of June 2020 because that was when we went to level 3. And again, still, there were also those strict requirements in terms of allowing people to travel and all that. So I think that need to be taken into consideration, and the fact that there is a letter that confirmed the inception, and the fact that the inception took place at a time when there was no work allowed, and the fact that on the 19th, we actually issued an instruction. But if you check that instruction, the emphasis was on safety, that the service provider must ensure that even with the return of their workers, the protocol in terms of COVID were followed.
Annalyn, according to your reading of that letter, does that letter indicate the commencement date?
Jay, if we can just read it again. I see here it comes. If you could just a second, let me just read it again, Jay. Then I will come back to you.
Maybe just that's important because if you look at the letter, maybe one need to indicate that this is one of the things that we needed to do during that COVID period. But the letter basically refers to the instruction directive by the Minister of Employment and Labor on the 29th of April 2020 to adopt and implement occupational health and safety to reduce and eliminate the escalation. Please take note of the administrative requirement on conducting or updating the research in respect of COVID and adopt the required measures by taking account the specific circumstances of the specific workplace and policy. Please ensure that all the requirement measures protocol prescribed by this directive are strictly followed prior to the reopening of your construction site, as well as during the execution of works through monitoring and supervision, which is actually what the Mbaula is expected to do. So this is the letter, Chairperson.
So when I can wait for it. AG is not gonna look at the letter. It's gonna look at the contract.
Look.
So just make sure that you have wait. Just make sure that you have the signed contract and that the contract reflects the correct effective date. Just make sure that you have that.
Okay.
Colleagues, can we recommend the report? Noting that in terms of the letter from the department, the commencement date was on the 19th of May.
Yes, Chair.
As recommended, Chair.
Recommended.
As recommended.
Minky, Oshap, thanks. Colleagues, I think that was our last item. I don't know if we still have secretariat, but if we have secretariat, we can continue. Can I just get a sense as to, can we continue?
Yeah, they were supposed to leave by 4 o'clock. Let me just confirm with them now. But they were supposed to leave by 4.
All right,
I'm
let's
still
take.
here. I'm still here, but I'm about to leave.
All right, okay, no, then that's fine. Thanks, Portia. So, colleagues, we'll have to have another meeting. If possible, we can have 2 meetings next week. I think we're almost there. Have a good weekend, colleagues.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Bye.
Bye.
I'm typing your name so that I can send.
Okay, no, that's fine. So the only thing which is missing here is the contract, isn't it? The
The
effective
contract,
date on the contract.
Okay, I think on the contract, I'm still trying to open it, but I think I went through it the past days or so. But it says the commencement is after the contract, with effective of the contract or something like that. But as Group had said, that most of the time our contract documents don't get signed by the city manager and etc. So it's difficult to use this. Hence, we use the commencement. So I think, yeah.
Chair, all the appointment letters, they will have what is called commencement date, and that commencement date is the one that we are referring to. But I think what is important and what Manari is raising is the fact that that appointment was issued basically weeks before the emergency declaration and level 5. So you remember level 5, there was total shutdown. There was no work that could be performed. And again, when we went to 4, we were not necessarily allowed to go back in basically at 100%. If you recall, the contractors were actually able to go back on site the first week of June 2020 because that was when we went to level 3. And again, still, there were also those strict requirements in terms of allowing people to travel and all that. So I think that need to be taken into consideration, and the fact that there is a letter that confirmed the inception, and the fact that the inception took place at a time when there was no work allowed, and the fact that on the 19th, we actually issued an instruction. But if you check that instruction, the emphasis was on safety, that the service provider must ensure that even with the return of their workers, the protocol in terms of COVID were followed.
Annalyn, according to your reading of that letter, does that letter indicate the commencement date?
Jay, if we can just read it again. I see here it comes. If you could just a second, let me just read it again, Jay. Then I will come back to you.
Maybe just that's important because if you look at the letter, maybe one need to indicate that this is one of the things that we needed to do.
They were supposed to leave by 4 o'clock. Let me just confirm with them now. But they were supposed to leave by 4.
All right,
I'm still here. I'm still here, but I'm about to leave.
All right, okay. No, then that's fine. Thanks, Portia. So colleagues will have to have another meeting. If possible, we can have 2 meetings next week. I think we're almost there. Have a good weekend, colleagues.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Bye.
Uh,
Bye.